mind. Thanks.
There's dinner. Want your own bag. This is the book we get to pay $100. Tino.
I was on the radio today. I should take that superintendent who fired that principal, take him out back, do something. Actually, it's called the beginning part where it all happens, like yes.
Someone else do it. They always say listening is we're supposed to be actually doing it a lot. Nice to see you in ages. How are you? Nice to see you. Oh, yeah. Here. Thank you. Yeah, you too. I've been hiding you since we were space. I'm trying not to mess up. Jamaica Terrace. Jamaica Terrace. Aurora. Good afternoon. How are you? Raw sugar. And I try not to think about it too much because I really mess up. I will. I'll fumble all over the place, Lord. Goodness. Cigarette. See, I don't speak Spanish at all. So people say, you need to learn I don't. I don't think I can. Ooh, all right. I don't know why I still get nervous.
I'm not sure.
The camera's been on 2 years. That's what sure is why. But I mean, I still get nervous. No. No. I'm so embarrassed. I can't say this word. And I want to say edited. 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 Filmed and edited a 6 minute. I'm like struggling. If I feel like I'm gonna mess up, I'm just get right. Great. I am.
The time now is 6:09 p.m. We have a quorum and the meeting has been duly posted in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. Good evening and welcome to the regular board meeting of the Dallas Independent School District Board of Trustees. I want to thank everyone for coming this evening. Please join us in standing for a moment of silence and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and a salute to the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Board members present, starting on your left and my right, are Trustee Joyce Foreman, Trustee Dan Mitchkay, Trustee Elizabeth Jones, Second Vice President Elizabeth Jones, First Vice President Lou Blackburn, Trustee Nancy Bingham, Trustee Bernadette Nuttall, Trustee Eric Cowan, Trustee Mike Morath. Our Superintendent of Schools, Mike Miles, joins us, and I'm Miguel Solis, Board President. Do we have a translator in the crowd? Okay, thank you for being here.
Mr. President,
Yes,
point of order.
yes, ma'am.
Based on the issues that we've been discussing about the e-local, Mr. President,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to move that the first vice president be given the authority to schedule a meeting, formulate an agenda, and preside over the meeting that would deal directly with the request of 3 trustees to discuss the performance of a direct report to the board.
Okay, Trustee Morath? Thank you.
That kind of substantial change, I think, would need to be posted to be consistent with the Open Meetings Act. I think that the motion needs to be ruled out of order because it's inconsistent with law.
The motion is out of order, as it is inconsistent with law.
Okay, I'd like to
Okay.
challenge the president's ruling.
Okay? Mr. Elrod?
Testing, yes.
Mr. Morath is correct. Something like that is a matter of high public interest, and it should be posted, given 72 hours' notice per the Open Meetings Act.
Point of
Okay,
information.
thank you. Please state your point of information.
There are a lot of things that are of high public interest that aren't being posted, that have been requested to be posted. How is this any different in terms of trying to call an action versus actually take the action?
I'm just ruling on this. This is action that should be posted.
Could we have a ruling from the board attorney, please?
Ms. Hoskins, if you'd like to continue the opine.
Based upon the opinion that was rendered based upon the opinion that was submitted to the board regard to my interpretation BE local is that the request by the 3 trustees should have been on the agenda. It was automatic prior to the expiration of 60 days, should have been placed on the agenda and a
Right.
meeting held.
But Ms. Hoskins, we're asking,
Yes.
we received multiple opinions as it relates to that, 5 different opinions, and
That's
the
correct.
opinion from the junior council. So as it remains germane to this particular point of order in the Texas Open Meetings Act, please, as General Counsel Elrod did, please offer an opinion as it relates to posting an agenda item and taking an action on an item that is not posted via the Texas Open Meetings Act.
Pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, a matter must be posted, duly posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. But with respect to what I'm indicating is that if the item should have been placed on.
Right, but Ms. Hoskins, what I'm,
Yes,
what I'm,
Finish.
no,
Excuse me, can she finish?
what I'm asking you,
Excuse me, can she finish?
please. Our conversation must be germane to the motion at hand. The motion at hand is to have the vice president set an agenda. We're not posted for that type of motion. General Counsel Elrod has stated that that is in violation of the Open Meetings Act if we were to act on that today. Please opine on that, and if there's no opinion, then we'll move forward.
Okay, I have no
Yes, ma'am.
opinion in regards to that.
Thank you very much. The ruling is, okay, please state your point of information.
We're not moving to put something on an agenda right now. She's making a point of order
Right.
to actually allow something in the future to be done through another means. That is a different action than what I believe you think she's asking for
Right, but
under
that-
this.
Yes, ma'am, but that action alone needs to be posted on an agenda in order to take that action, as indicated by General Counsel Elrod. If we act on that, General Counsel Elrod has opined that is in violation of the Texas Open Meetings Act. A
She's
point of order
asking-
has been, Trustee Jones,
You're not answering my point of
Okay.
information.
I am.
I actually asked a different question. She's just trying to delegate authority. She's not actually taking an action that you think she's taking.
Okay. Trustee Morath?
So, Mr. Elrod, since you're speaking on this subject, and Ms. Hoskins doesn't have an opinion on it, this board, a month or two back, sort of canceled a meeting because we thought that the posting didn't meet rigor with the Texas Open Meetings Act, and so we thought that the decisions made under that scenario would be voidable. So the issue is, as if I understand it correctly, is the specific change that Trustee Foreman has moved is in and of itself a high public interest change. And if that's not posted in advance for the public to see, then that is a voidable decision.
It's actually a void action.
It's a voided action?
It's a void action if you take an action in violation of the Texas Open Meetings Act. It's void.
So how does that work? So let's assume that Trustee Solis had not ruled this out of order, it being inconsistent with law. If we proceed and take a vote on this in a manner that's inconsistent with law, then
Somebody would have to challenge it.
so what would happen is the district would end up in district courts because somebody would challenge the violation of the Open Meetings Act.
They could.
Okay. Thank you.
Motion is out of order, and we are moving
Excuse me,
I'd
forward.
like
Mr.
to
Chair, point of
challenge the-
information,
Okay, point of information.
because Mr. Morath seems to want to conduct an entire conversation with the lawyers. I feel I probably have a similar right. So under the circumstances that we're looking at here, because the chair failed to place something on the agenda, is obstructing something being put on the agenda, what other course or remedy do you suggest this body take in order to take an action that was well within policy and actually have it carried out within the time frame and within the structure of what the policy states?
Ms. Jones, I can't advise you on other action that you want to take.
Could
All
we
I can
please
say
have our
is,
board attorney, could we please have our board attorney speak to this issue, to Ms. Jones' question?
And I'd also
Attorney
like to...
Hoskins,
Thank you.
could we please speak
I'd
to
like-
this issue?
Yes, I would also like to make it very clear that the conversation, where we are heading with this conversation, we are not posted for this conversation. It is not germane to the course of action that we are taking on our board agenda. This is not germane to the
Attorney
business of the
Hoskins,
district
could you please
today.
answer the question as Trustee Jones presented it?
Trustee Jones, can you repeat the question for me?
Trustee Jones?
Yes?
Can you repeat your question?
My question is, what we seem to be debating here or trying to figure out is if the board president who sets the agenda obstructs the agenda by not placing an item on the agenda, and the point of order right now, or the motion that's before this body, is to simply transfer authority to somebody else who would move forward with the original motion, or with the original, request of the three trustees. Why is that action out of order as something that this body could do? The other action never got posted. The other action has been obstructed. The other action has been unilaterally usurped by the president in his own right by saying he may schedule it at some point in the future, but he never actually scheduled the meeting. Because in order for a meeting to be scheduled, correct me if I'm wrong, if in order for a meeting to be scheduled, it actually has to be posted. We just heard that.
That is correct, and I have properly advised the board as to my interpretation be local, and I think all board members have that.
And that was, I think, the exact interpretation, the proper interpretation of what BE Local has always been done under every president that has preceded the current one in terms of how they have followed that policy.
Okay.
So the order, or the motion that Trustee Foreman is trying to make is one of delegating authority on this board, not actually taking the action that I believe the board president is thinking she is taking. And I just want to make sure we're clear about that.
This conversation is not germane via the Texas Open Meetings Act. We are not posted. The ruling to move forward via the point of order is sustained by the chair, and we will move forward with the meeting.
I'd like to challenge the chair's ruling.
Okay.
We have 3 trustees that have requested a meeting, and our president has decided not to post a meeting. So in your interpretation of the law, when would it be appropriate for trustees to get something on the agenda, since we cannot have a meeting to even call for the meeting?
Okay. And just to clarify, Mr. Elrod, as it relates to that particular statement, because now I've heard it multiple times, the item per board policy BE Local has indeed been placed. It was placed on April the 17th on the board briefing agenda. It was requested to be placed on a board briefing agenda via board policy BE Local. There are 2 particular components to BE Local. There's a special meetings component, and there's a board briefing component.
You're really
This
not
is
even
not
supposed to
Lord, I
your
thought
meeting.
we weren't talking about this.
I would love to move the conversation on. I've already ruled multiple times that the
Dr. Blackburn,
conversation.
I think if I start talking about that, I'm talking about something that's not posted. I'd be happy to talk to you offline.
We're having this discussion about a motion, and you've already talked at length about why we should not do it. So I'm just asking you, how could we do it?
We're not.
If you can tell us why we shouldn't, you ought to be able to tell us how we should.
I'm not so sure about that.
You're not sure?
No, sir.
Dr. Blackburn, we're simply not posted via Texas.
This is a matter for the board.
It's always a matter for the board, you know that.
Yes, sir.
Trustee Mitchell.
Yes, I wanted to follow up with Ms. Hoskins.
Yes.
If we take the action tonight that Trustee Foreman has asked us to take, which is to transfer to First Vice President Blackburn the authority to call a meeting and to set an agenda, if we take that action tonight, would that be a violation of the Open Meetings Act?
In the normal course, it would have to be posted, but based upon the fact, regarding my interpretation of the policy, since an agenda item was not placed and the 6 days has expired, it automatically becomes a part of the agenda. And that is the basis in which the motion is connected with. That's my interpretation.
It automatically becomes a part of the agenda?
Because the
Isn't
policy
the-
says it shall be placed on the agenda for deliberation.
Okay, well, let me be clear. I'm frustrated by the way this is all played out. But I want to make sure we don't create yet another problem. The purpose of the Open Meetings Act is to allow the public to know what we are going to discuss.
That is correct.
So if this is not posted or noticed in any way ahead of time, how can that be consistent with the Open Meetings Act?
As I indicated, Trustee Mishke, in the normal course, an agenda item must be posted in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. But based upon your policy, in my interpretation, as indicated in my opinion, that it shall be placed on the agenda. And the motion that which Trustee Foreman is making is in connection with that particular agenda item.
Okay, I'm not sure I'm following that reasoning. I think if it were up to me, we would have already had the meeting that Trustee Foreman is requesting. But I'm trying not to create even more problems. And I'm not sure I follow the logic that it's automatically on the agenda.
What I'm saying, not her motion, but the agenda item. And the motion that trustee Foreman is making is connection with that particular agenda item, sir.
Okay. Again, the motion is out of order as it pertains, this particular motion as it pertains to the Texas Open Meetings Act. The point of order is upheld by the chair.
I challenge the chair's ruling.
The chair's ruling has
Second.
been, great, the chair's ruling has been challenged, and there is a second. We will take a vote. The vote to overturn the chair's challenge will pass with 5 votes to overturn the chair's challenge. All those in favor of overturning the chair's, we can vote here.
So this is to overturn?
Overturn the chair's challenge on the point of order after legal counsel. If you vote for this, you are, it's here on the screen.
So if you vote,
Never used this one
No, we're
before.
trying to see what.
I don't see anything on my screen.
Okay, ruling.
We have a new system.
If it's there, I don't see
Okay,
it.
you can vote. You may vote. Why can't we just show a show of hands?
No,
Overturn the chair's
it's on
ruling.
there.
Okay, I see, mine's
see it.
on.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, you got the vote.
Yeah, it's up there. So a yes vote, yes overturns it, no, doesn't.
Yes, yes overturns it, no does not.
Okay, are we ready to vote?
Yes. Ms. Nuttall? The motion fails.
The chair's ruling is upheld.
4 voting yes, 5 voting no.
Trustees, now we've moved on to recognizing any public officials. I'd like to recognize any elected officials in the audience. Would you please stand at this time if you are an elected official? State Board of Education member Erica Beltran from District 13. Thank you for being here. As part of tonight's consent agenda, the board will formally accept contributions from a number of our partners, including the Bagley Foundation, North Texas Food Bank, Capital One, Comerica Bank, Withers Dad's Club, Pat and Emmett Smith Charities, Mickelson Exxon Mobil, Miller and Associates, Captain Hope's Kids, Hunger Busters, Catch Up and Read, Perot Foundation, Stonewall Gardens, Serena Connolly, and others. We are grateful to all of our parents for supporting students. Now let's look at our district accolades. Students received $250,000 college scholarship awards. David W. Carter High School students and staff are celebrating the accomplishments of 2 of their students, Courtney Ford and Shantice Rideau, who received college scholarships worth $250,000 each to attend TCU. Congratulations to them and to all of our seniors who are receiving scholarship awards to continue their education. Dallas ISD has 2 National Achievement Scholarship winners. They are Monique Ward Pierce from SEM and Ebony Pollock from Booker T. Carlos Walcott, an assistant principal at Charles Gill Elementary, has been selected to attend a summer study opportunity with the National Endowment for the Humanities to participate in the workshop, The Most Southern Place on Earth, Music, Culture, and History in the Mississippi Delta. Dallas Environmental Science Academy was recently featured by Let's Move Active Schools, part of First Lady Michelle Obama's Let's Move initiative to promote healthy lifestyles. The school was recognized for its exemplary commitment to integrating at least 60 minutes of physical activity into the school day for students. Nathan Adams Elementary teachers Julie Bowles and Amanda Marietta received the Mirabeau B. Lamar Award of Excellence. The award recognizes teachers who display commitment and dedication to student achievement. Also, congratulations to the students who placed and participated in the 2014-2015 Anti-Bullying Poster Contest. The first place winners are Jocelyn Cardosa, a 2nd grader from Urban Park Elementary School, Hannah Castillo, a 3rd grader from Ronald McNair Elementary School, Luis Vasquez, an 8th grader from Griner Middle School, and Erwin Alvarez, 11th grader from H. Grady Spruce High School. Dallas ISD's Social Studies Department held its first film festival for students from pre-K through grade 12 to produce a video that depicts how they give back. The first place winning schools are Charles Rice Learning Center, K through 2nd category, Lorenzo de Zavala, 3rd through 5th category, Raul Quintanilla Middle School, and Moises E. Molina High School. Rametria Smith, a teacher at Sunset High School, was named High School Educator of the Year by the Oak Cliff Chamber of Commerce Education Committee. Carmelie Sims at George Washington Carver Creative Arts Learning Center received Elementary School Educator of the Year. W.E. Griner's Stephen Thomas was chosen to represent Texas at the 2015 Global Enterprising Educator of the Year Award held in New York City last month. He teaches principles of business, marketing, and finance as part of the Network for Teaching Entrepreneurship program. 2 more. Congratulations to all the counselors who won CREST Award this year. Counselors at 22 schools were recognized for their excellent counseling programs. And finally, 8th grade student Pablo Compian took first place honors in the middle school category of the Dart Art Contest. Pablo attends Griner Exploratory Arts Academy. Congratulations to Pablo and everyone who competed in the contest. And later this evening, we will recognize several individuals and groups, including volunteers and partners. I would like to take a moment now to remember 2 devoted volunteers who served the students at Hector P. Garcia Middle School. Mr. Adam Navarro volunteered for over 10 years and recently passed away on March 27, 2015. He is survived by a middle school daughter in Dallas ISD and 2 adult children. And Miss Maria Flor Membirar Melgar volunteered for 3 years, and she also passed away on September the 24th of 2014 and is survived by 2 daughters in Dallas ISD. We will be recognizing volunteers, but I know particularly that these 2 volunteers dedicated so much time and effort to ensuring that the kids of those schools got a high quality education, and we want to make sure to recognize them as well. It is now time in our program where we recognize those students and staff who have made outstanding achievements and/or earned significant honors, and those individuals in the community who have made important contributions to Dallas ISD. Ms. Proctor, do we have any recognitions?
Yes. Superintendent Miles, please come forward. It is Volunteer Appreciation Month, a time when we pause to thank the thousands of individuals and organizations that have contributed time and money to provide support and enrichment for students. These include volunteers who give tirelessly of their time to provide one-on-one tutoring, and organizations and businesses that donate goods, services, and financial support for incentives, awards, and to provide field trips and learning experience for students. The board is honored to present a certificate of recognition to 9 outstanding volunteers and partners. Please come forward as your name is called. Trustee Bingham. Susan Smith, Central Elementary School, Volunteer Impact Award for Student Support. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Trustee Mitchkay, Jackie Roshper, Reinhardt Elementary School, Volunteer Impact Award for Classroom Support. Thank you, Ms. Roshper. Trustee Solis, Danae Gutierrez, Figueroa Elementary School, Volunteer Impact Award for School Support. Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. Trustee Nuttall, Capital One Bank, Madison High School, Outstanding Business Partner. Thank you, Capital One Bank. Trustee Morath and Trustee Solis, Church of the Incarnation, North Dallas High School and Spence Middle School, Outstanding Faith-Based Partner. Thank you, Church of the Incarnation. Trustee Cowan, Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas, Henderson Elementary School, Outstanding Organization Partner. Thank you, Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas. Trustee Nuttall, St. Luke Community United Methodist Church, Lincoln and Madison Feeder Patterns, Leading the Charge Award. Thank you, St. Luke Community United Methodist Church. Dallas Theater Center Project Discovery, Emmett J. Conrad Extra Mile Award. Thank you, Dallas Theater Center. Gardier Wynn Sewell LLP Martin Luther King Jr. Oratory Contest Superintendent's Award. Thank you, Gardier Wynn Sewell LLP. Thank you to all our volunteers and partners. Trustee Nuttall and Principal Eric Jordan, please come forward. The board is honored to present a certificate of recognition to the Lincoln One Act Play. Lincoln One Act Play students, please come forward. The Lincoln High School One Act Play won district in the UIL One Act Play competition. Student Jamal Hutcherson won Best Actor. Students Frederica Williams and Jonathan Brown won Honorable Mention All-Star Cast, and student Trey Williams won All-Star Cast. Congratulations, Lincoln One Act Play. Principal Jordan, please. Trustee Nuttall, please remain standing. Principal Jordan, please remain standing. Please come forward as your name is called. Director Francesca Johnson, Assistant Director Jamichael Morgan, Leading Actress Zahara Hayes, TV and Film Instructor Mr. Tony Boone. The board is honored to present a certificate of recognition to Francesca, Jamichael, and Zahara. Francesca and Jamichael. Francesca and Jamichael, both freshmen at Lincoln High School and Communications Humanities Magnet, filmed and edited a 6-minute film that was one of among 20 Dallas area high school short productions selected to be screened on April 12, 2015 at the Perot Museum of Nature and Science during the Dallas International Film Festival. Zahara appeared in the film as the leading actress. Congratulations, Francesca, Jamichael, and Zara.
For the magnet part, communication part. So we want to thank you guys for this item.
Trustee Nuttall, please remain standing. Principal Harold Wright, please come forward. The board is honored to present a certificate of recognition to the Skyline High School girls basketball team. Athletes and coaches, please come forward as your name is called. Jordan Alexander, Brianna Allen, Jamisha Amand, Daryl Bates, DeKendra Chapman, Alexandra Gully, Jalen Gully, Raven Johnson, Christella Lyons, Letterica Paul, Christine Smith, Deja Thomas, Manager Carmi Miller, Manager Tyresha Robinson, Manager Makayla Turner, Head Coach Cassandra McCurdy, Coach Melanie Hobson, Coach Camera Eccles, Coach Candace Isaac, and Athletic Coordinator Derek Robertson.
I'm going to say LaDerica. We have to say
LaDerica, I am so sorry. Statistician Michael Lee. Skyline High School girls basketball team took first place in the Region 2 6A basketball tournament and represented Dallas ISD at the UIL State Final Four basketball championship in San Antonio. Congratulations, Skyline Lady Raiders.
I just would like to say that this group of young ladies not only represented Skyline and their families, but they were proudly representing Dallas Independent School District as well. And I'm so proud of them, and I love all of them very much. Okay, yes. We do have a few that are moving on to play basketball next year at college. We have Jordan Alexander, who signed Division I, Louisiana Lafayette.
All right.
Christella Lyons will be attending on a full basketball scholarship to Trinity Valley. Raven Johnson will be attending Fresno State University on a full basketball scholarship. LaDerica Paul will be attending the University of Missouri at Kansas City on a full basketball scholarship. Last but not least, Deja Thomas will be attending SMU on a full basketball scholarship. Thank you for indulging. Okay, we have.
You deserve it.
She got Coach of the Year.
Okay, I'd like to introduce my staff, Coach Camera Eccles, Coach Candace Isaac, Coach Michael Lee. Thank you.
Trustee Nuttall, please remain standing. Principal Gail Smith, please come forward. The board is honored to present a certificate of recognition to the James Madison High School boys basketball team. Athletes and coaches, please come forward as your name is called. Desmond Scott, Patrick Terry, Katarius Buchum, Jamichael Boynes, Tamaris Whitstone, John Milton, Travion Jackson, Kelvin Lucky, Stephen Bagley, Quintarius Johnson, Devontae Wheatley, Atman Gilder, Head Coach Damon Barnett, Coach Kristen Johnson, Coach Bobby Bailey, Athletic Coordinator Marcus Gates, Assistant Coordinator Alicia Washington. James Madison High School boys basketball team took first place in the Region 2 4A basketball tournament and represented Dallas ISD at the UIL State Final Four basketball championship in San Antonio. Congratulations, Madison Trojans.
This is Madison's third time on the stage. Track, he just won fourth place in the 800 track. He track and basketball. Where are you going?
Principal Smith. Principal Smith, Trustee Nuttall, coaches, and Admin Gilder, please remain standing. The board is honored to present a certificate of recognition to Admin Gilder. Admin guard for the Madison Trojans was recognized by the Gatorade Company in collaboration with USA Today High School Sports as its 2014-2015 Gatorade Texas Boys Basketball Player of the Year. He is a finalist. He is a finalist for the prestigious Gatorade National Boys Basketball Player of the Year Award. Congratulations, Admin. Trustee Foreman, please come forward. Please come forward as your name is called. Juwan Evans, Principal Earl Jones, Assistant Principal Lou Smith, Head Coach Nicholas Smith, Coach LaDarren Walker, Coach Calvin Breedlove, Athletic Coordinator Clarkson Nelson. The board is honored to present a certificate of recognition to Juwan Evans. Juwan, point guard for the Kimball Knights, was selected as a McDonald's All-American, one of the highest high school basketball distinctions in the country. Juwan was the only Texas selected as one of only 24 participants in the country. Upon graduation, Juwan will attend Oklahoma State University. Congratulations, Juwan. Trustee Mitch Kay and Principal Richard Castle, please come forward. The board is honored to present a certificate of recognition to the Bryan Adams High School girls basketball team. Athletes and coaches, please come forward as your name is called. DeBrasia Beatty, Kia Brown, Julissa Cordova, Kiara Davis, Fabrinia Dixon, Jerice Fears, Kia Gibson, Alexis Gilbert, Javara Grant, Jamisha Lawson, Jada Nixon, Lakula Tilley, Keisha Walker, Head Coach Darren Eubanks, Coach Liz Schubert, Coach Tabitha Greeley, Athletic Coordinator Stacy Siegel. Bryan Adams High School girls basketball team took first place in the Region 2 5A basketball tournament and represented Dallas ISD at the UIL State Final Four basketball championship in San Antonio. Congratulations, Bryan Adams Lady Cougars. Yes, sir.
Well, I have to say, this was one of the most exciting sports seasons I've ever followed. All the girls on the team don't really know this, but we had half of East Dallas following you, watching the games on Fox Sports Network. And during one of the games, I think it was Cedar Park, Vista Ridge, something like that. Well, the feed dropped with 38 seconds left to go, and BA was up by 1. And since I had sent so many people emails, and I posted it on the Facebook page, the pages of most of the neighborhood associations, when the feed stopped, 38 seconds left to go, my phone was ringing, I was getting emails, the Facebook pages were lighting up. But I have to tell you, it was really a thrilling season. And I know that a bunch of you have been together for a long time. Is that right? Almost 10 years? We had 10 seniors on the team, Coach? 9. Okay, well, you really showed a lot of determination and character, and we're really very, very proud of you. And we're very proud of the coach, too. Coach, do you want to say a few words?
Thank you. I'm proud of the ladies, and like Coach said, we have 9 seniors, but we have 7 seniors that are going to college to play basketball, so we're proud of those ladies. Also, I just want to thank my coaching staff. They're excellent coaches, as well as our principal and our athletic director, so thank you. Mr. Castle and Coach Siegel, as well as Coach Greeley and Coach Schubert.
And before everybody sits down, I just wanted to also point out that this was the same team that broke, where's Trustee Nuttall? That broke Lincoln's streak of 170,000 wins in a row, right? That was last year. Okay. Thank you. Congratulations.
Trustee Jones, Lisa Mead, and Principal Janice Liggum Burns, please come forward. The board is honored to present a certificate of recognition to Lisa Mead. Miss Mead, librarian at Anne Frank Elementary School, has been named Big D Reed's Librarian of the Year. An 11-year veteran of Anne Frank, Mead spent the first 7 years as a classroom teacher serving as grade level chair, a member of the campus instructional leadership team, and being named the campus teacher of the year. Congratulations, Miss Mead.
I think librarians are the unsung heroes of our campuses, and in today's world, in an information society, a librarian becomes even more critical. Your being recognized for all of Dallas is a beautiful thing, and we just want to say congratulations, and we love our librarians. And I just didn't know if you wanted to say a word or two, but.
I just want to say thank you so much for this wonderful honor, for supporting libraries and librarians. We really, really love our jobs, and we want to say thank you for the support. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also want to say a big thank you to D Magazine, because this was one of their wonderful initiatives. But while I've got this wonderful woman here with me, she's getting ready to retire, and after a very long career, we're going to miss her dearly, but Anne Frank Elementary School has been served so magnificently, and thank you for your leadership. Would you all join me in recognizing one of our great principals?
Trustee Bingham, Mary Bilbrey, Principal Gerald Bennett, and Michael Yeary of Earning by Learning, please come forward. The board is honored to present a certificate of recognition to Mary Bilbrey. Ms. Bilbrey, librarian at B.H. Macon Elementary School, exceeded expectations, inspiring students to read. Bilbrey devotes her energy and thousands of her own dollars to make reading cool. Macon students checked out 55,000 books and ranked #1 in elementary schools in number of books checked out per student and total books checked out from August 2014 through March 2015. Congratulations, Ms. Bilbrey.
Is it on?
Yes.
I am so proud of this little school in Pleasant Grove that read more books than any other school in Dallas ISD. In fact, they have read their books so often and so many times that their books are worn out. So if there's anybody out there who wants to donate to the book fund at Macon Elementary, send your checks to Macon Elementary. But we all know that it's not just one or two people who can spearhead an effort like this. It took the entire faculty, the Earning by Learning, the Southeast Chamber in Pleasant Grove. Every teacher, student, and parent of the children had to work together in order to have this tremendous honor. More books than any other school in Dallas ISD. Thank you, Macon Elementary.
And as was mentioned earlier, related to our two volunteers, I know we have a very close friend of those volunteers here to speak on behalf of those volunteers and all volunteers that we've lost. Thank you.
It is an honor, first of all, to be before the board as a graduate of Warren Travis White. It is an honor to be, it's a privilege to come before you folks. Horns up. I'm Hector Soto. I'm the community liaison. I have the privilege of working for Mr. Auld and Ms. Hill at Hector P. Garcia Middle School in Oak Cliff. I have been with the district since September the 22nd, and I can be honest with you, I already love it. And it's an honor to be at Hector P. Garcia. We've had a very tough year with the loss of two of our volunteers. We have several children there in the hospital right now. We're keeping their hopes up by visiting them as much as we can. And I'd like to speak about Mr. Navarro and also Ms. Menkivar, who unfortunately lost their battle with cancer. And it was a struggle, and we miss them dearly. I know a lot of the children sometimes ask. It's a wonderful day. Every day when I wake up and I see his daughter, Stephanie Navarro, walking through the halls, we try to make her smile as much as possible, but it's not very hard since she's a bundle of joy every single day. She's a ray of sunshine whenever we see her. We miss him very much. It was always nice knowing that he was patrolling our hallways sometimes or watching out for our children in the afternoon when the bell rang at 3:35. We knew where he and Ms. Navarro were. They were posted up, watching everything, phone call, sending me a message. We have this going on. We have these children over here, and would report immediately. So I just wanted to stand before you. Thank you very much, President Solis and esteemed board, Superintendent Miles, for letting us do this. And I look forward to working alongside these wonderful ladies for the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This concludes our recognitions.
Okay, trustees, this segment now is for speakers who wish to address agenda items. I'm asking speakers to be mindful of your fellow speakers and to refrain from using individuals' names and to address the board at large and not individual trustees. Audience, I'm asking you not to engage in conduct that will disrupt the meeting. And Ms. Scully, will you please call the speakers' names?
Point of order, Mr. President.
Yes, Trustee Foreman.
I'd like to ask the board to move all of the non-agenda speakers up so they will not have to stay here.
All right, are there any objections? Hearing no objections, our non-agenda item speakers will follow our agenda item speakers. Ms. Scully, please call the names of the agenda item speakers.
Okay. I would like to remind speakers that you have 3 minutes to speak. When you arrive at the microphone, please state your name and address. Our first speaker is Blake Martinson, followed by Dana Jones. Is Blake here? Are you Blake? Is that Blake?
I don't know. Does my 3 minutes start now?
It does. Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'm speaking specifically about a notice of non-renewal put out to a beloved principal in our neighborhood. It's difficult to not get very emotional about this. I realize everybody here has a difficult job. So I'll give a personal experience as to why I even believe in the DISD. It's simply because I have 3 children. I was going to put them through private school, and this particular principal came to me and said, if you don't believe in the DISD, believe in me. And I will make sure that your kids are educated and loved, and more importantly, put in an environment where they can interact with everyone in the community. Amen. Not just a bubble. And because of that, the two-way dual language program was, I'd say, bootstrapped by an entrepreneur who made it up as she went, my child was in the very first program, and she sweated through the difficulties, and as all the studies said, my child would underperform during those years from second grade through sixth grade. Well, fast forward to eighth grade, she just got a 4-year scholarship from Bishop Dunn, academic. My middle child has almost completed the elementary portion of the two-way dual language program. And it's so much more than the education. It's the interaction with the Hispanic community that I never would have gotten in the private school that I was going to go to. Amen. And I wish I could say that I have some special relationship with that particular teacher. But the reality is, she treats everyone like that. She treats everybody's children like that. We all have our deficiencies. And as a business owner, I have talents and I have very, very big weaknesses. But at the end of the day, she is a uniter of people. She's a uniter of community. She has brought great esteem to this district. I'll point out, I have 20 seconds, but I'll point out Destination Imagination, which she single-handedly spearheaded, where 2 teams won global championships against 200,000. That is that particular principal spearheading that. This to me is about love. It's not about anger. You guys have incredibly difficult jobs. I want her to succeed.
Thank you, Mr. Martinson.
Thank you.
Dana Jones. Dana Jones, followed by Lee Charlton.
Hi, I'm Dana Jones. It's been really eye-opening to be here tonight and see all of these students be recognized for being athletes and actors and volunteers in their schools and communities. At our elementary and middle school, I think that has been a #1 focus. We have really encouraged students to be all around good leaders of tomorrow. We care about them as whole people, not just as numbers. That being said, I know that when we're facing the situation where we might lose our beloved principal, what you care about is the numbers. What I'm telling you is that prior to last week, we did not know that we were not the best school in DISD. We thought, since the mayor just last year said that we get better and better every year and that we're a nationally recognized school, we believe the hype. We think we are the best. We know we are the best. Our children are amazing kids, and test scores haven't shown that. I understand, though, that's how the district has to measure us. What I am proposing, and I wish I wasn't so early in the agenda item, because you're going to hear from so many people that believe in our program and our principal, but what I am asking for is a compromise. Give us 1 year with this principal. Give us a goal to set. Have Dr. Villalpando work with her as a coach, as she told us on Tuesday was her job to do. Let us prove that we are the school that we believe we are, that our students are the smartest, the brightest, and the most well-rounded in the entire district. Please give us a chance to prove that instead of just ripping the rug out from under us. Thank you.
Lee Charlton, followed by Ron Horick.
I'm not very good off the cuff, so I got my paper here. Good evening, trustees. My name is Dr. Lee Charlton. I have a PhD in early childhood education, families, and literacy.
I am a mother to 2 future Rosemont Bison, and I am a 3rd grade teacher at Rosemont Elementary School. I would like to first extend a huge congratulations to our very own Mrs. McGinley, who earlier this year received the Oak Cliff Chamber of Commerce Early Childhood Educator of the Year Award. She's a true testament to the wonderful teachers Rosemont counts among its faculty, and it takes a wonderful campus administration to keep a stellar faculty together. Almost 1 year ago, I came to Rosemont as a speaker on Career Day. I spoke to 2 classes about my career preparing future teachers at the university level and my experience conducting child research about best teaching practices. When I walked into the school, I was awestruck. I have spent my entire adult life studying and researching what is best for children, and I saw it in every aspect at Rosemont. It was very evident that the teachers were using child research-based practices and that they were given the support they needed to do so. A short time later, I approached Ms. Brining, and I told her I wanted to be a part of it, become a part of the Rosemont faculty. The reason why I wanted to leave the university and teach at Rosemont is the same reason I want my children to attend the school. At Rosemont, students are treated as children, not as numbers. The early childhood programs at Rosemont use developmentally appropriate practices. Education and teaching here are based on individual children, not on numbers-based research. Teachers are supported in using best practices for children, even if those practices differ from more commonly accepted methodologies. Ms. Brining is the backbone of that support. She participates in dialogue with teachers about what our students need. She constantly provides us with access to current and best research practices to complement our lessons. She listens to our understanding and knowledge of each of our incredible students and allows us to tailor our teaching as needed. Most importantly, she supports our choices as professionals and trusts our choices as educators. Ms. Brining always says that at Rosemont, our business is educating children. Because of this belief and her leadership, we are constantly being put atop lists, including the statement Dana mentioned earlier from Mayor Rawlings last year that Rosemont was one of the best elementary schools in the nation. If that sounds like the kind of school we want in Dallas, the kind of teachers we want educating our children, and the business we support in Dallas ISD, then I only ask this one question. Why would anyone seek to change a great thing? Thank you for your time.
Ron Horick, followed by Kristen Johnson.
I'm Ron Horick, and I live at 631 South Manus in Dallas. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak about Anna Brining, principal at Rosemont Elementary. I'm a board member of the SBDM at Rosemont, as well as a member of the Rosemont Dads Club. I was very distressed to learn that Ms. Brining's contract will not be renewed next year. I've had the pleasure to work closely with Ms. Brining and her team of teachers at various Rosemont activities, including SBDM, Rosemont Math Night, the Rosemont Boo Bash, and through the Dads Club. I have come to greatly respect her passion for education and her concern for the children at the school. I believe she enables the teachers at Rosemont to make decisions in the best interest of the students in their classes. One of those teachers, Barbara McGinley, as you heard, was recently awarded Educator of the Year by the Oak Cliff Chamber of Commerce. Rosemont is a school where parents line up for the opportunity to get into the dual language program, which hardly suggests it is a poor performing school. In fact, last April, Mayor Mike Rawlings, as you've heard, cited Rosemont as a, quote, great school that keeps getting better every year. As an active Rosemont parent, I share Mayor Rawlings' opinion. I believe Rosemont is a success story, and Ms. Brining has been a major part of that success. If Anna Brining is now considered by the administration to be an ineffective school leader after years of quality service in the district, then there is something incredibly flawed with the system. I fully support Anna Brining, and it is my hope that the trustees will consider the appropriate action to prevent this injustice. Thank you so much.
Kristen Johnson, followed by Jennifer Sancidio.
Hello, my name is Christian Johnson. I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to speak tonight on behalf of Anna Brining and all the wonderful things she's done, not only for the school, our children, our community, but the economic development of North Oak Cliff as well. I'm a proud parent of a Rosemont product. My daughter's done wonderful things through going through Rosemont. I'm very proud of her, and Rosemont's given her the skills and the ability to test into a wonderful school where she is now, which is Travis, and we're very thankful for everything that Rosemont has done to get us there. I think the parental involvement at Rosemont, as you can see here, is something that any school would be really proud to be a part of. The neighborhood and Rosemont has become the heart of our community. North Oak Cliff is an incredibly different place than it was 10 years ago or 15 years ago when she started. North Oak Cliff is now on the radar, and those of you in this room all know of Bishop Arts and North Oak Cliff, and you're certainly aware of the development that's going on in our area. Much of this has to do with good schools. We all know that business follows quality education. Without Rosemont being a quality school under quality leadership of Anna Brining, we wouldn't have nearly what we have right now, and certainly all of it would be hampered. North Oak Cliff is now incredibly attractive to young families and parents. There are more head count under each rooftop than there has ever been in North Oak Cliff. The housing demand is through the roof, and currently we have an all-time low, less than 1 month's supply of homes available in North Oak Cliff for sale. In the last 10 years, I want this to soak in the last 10 years, house prices have doubled in North Oak Cliff. All that is considered a testament to the quality of the schools, the quality of the education that we're offering in that neighborhood, and the quality of the product and the people that are there surrounding it. We have gone from Oak Cliff, oh, to Oak Cliff, oh, wow. And all of this brings in big business. All this brings in little business. All this brings in business and entrepreneurs. It also increases the tax value. This also increases taxes. This also increases the budget from which you get to play with. So with that being said, we now have a lot more business and we have a lot more tax base from which to play with in your business, and I really think a lot of that has to do with
Johnson.
Anna Brining.
Jennifer Sancidio, followed by Anna Paula Rios.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Sancidio, and I reside at 7226 Lehigh. I speak to you tonight as both a concerned Lakewood parent and proud elementary librarian in Dallas ISD. At recent board meetings this year, I have heard a lot of talk about equity. All Dallas ISD students deserve to have the same quality library program that I have the opportunity and administrative support to deliver at my school, and that the librarians recognized tonight deliver at their schools. In your packets, I have listed my school's accomplishments and recognition in regards to our library program in the last 2 years. All possible because I am not currently the test coordinator. All students deserve to have this library programming that aligns with our district core beliefs. However, I fear that this may not be the case next school year at my school, at Lakewood, where my daughter is a first grader, as well as many other schools across the district where librarians are working behind closed doors to organize testing, and at Rosemont. The bridge plan passed last month includes The bridge plan last month includes over $1 million toward a new Lakewood library, but now the library you have invested in is in danger of being inaccessible to the Lakewood community for an average of 12 weeks of the school year. This is due to the high demands of the test coordinator, which at this time is slated to be Lakewood's cherished librarian. Unfortunately, the rules put in place for TEI have had what I hope to be unintentional consequences. If the current rules, as I understand them, go into effect next year with assistant principals and counselors on TEI, elementary librarians are now the only certified person left allowed to be the testing coordinator. As you consider budget amendments for next year, please consider funding a test coordinator for all elementary campuses. If testing is a priority, the budget allocation should reflect that. Librarians as test coordinators does not support our core beliefs. In schools where elementary librarians across the district are already testing coordinators, the libraries have been inaccessible to students for at least 8 weeks, if not more, due to testing duties. These schools have not had consistent library access since December. District circulation statistics for books have dramatically dropped 500,000 books put in kids' hands since last year. Instruction has suffered, and as a result, students across DISD are inadequately and unequally served. How can we be a premier urban district when our librarians are not available to help teachers and students navigate the 21st century tools and resources our district so generously provides? How can we be successful when the most expensive classroom in the building is closed? How can we be college ready if they don't know how to use a library? How can we improve academic achievement in our weakest area, reading, when our youngest students don't have access to the library or the highly qualified educator hired to run that program? How can librarians and teachers have effective and quality instruction when they aren't able to collaborate? Most importantly, how can our at-risk students achieve success at the same rate as our non-at-risk students when librarians aren't equally available at every campus to promote district reading initiatives and resources? Our at-risk kids need motivation and engagement the most. How is it equitable?
Thank you, Ms. Sansidio. Your
Thank
time
you.
has expired. Anna Carla Rios, followed by Violeta Rios.
Ana Carla Rios. I think they're coming from the back.
Anna Carla Rios.
Here's what we'll. Is that you right there, Ana? Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mike Miles, Mr. Solis, and everyone else. My name is Ana Rios, and I'm a former student in E.D. Walker Middle School in the 8th grade and accepted by Townview. I have been a student in the Dallas ISD since kindergarten, and with pride, I represent the DISD. My parents, Jesus Rios and Violeta Rios, have introduced an excellent education to my sisters and me because we believe firmly that it is the base to maintain the well-being of our country and to live in a productive and secure community. I was victim of authority abuse from one of my teachers, but my mother taught me that with respect and working together as a team, we would achieve an excellent education. And that is why I came here to ask you all this evening to enforce yourselves to make a stronger team for the beneficial of us students in the Dallas ISD. Like once our President Kennedy said, a child without education is a child lost. Thank you, God bless you all, and God bless our nation.
Violeta Rios, followed by Richard Sheridan.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mike Miles, Mr. Miguel Solis, y la audiencia. This is my first time I participation, and I don't find the translator. I tried tonight. Oh, gracias. Gracias por esta oportunidad que nos dan a los padres de familia. Les agradezco esta oportunidad por escucharme. Para mí una educación de excelencia es la base de tener ciudadanos productivos y proactivos de nuestro país. Esa es la razón por la cual estoy aquí para denunciar las irregularidades que se están presentando en la escuela de mi hija, Grecia Ríos, en la Nathan Adams. Para mí es un dolor muy grande. Tengo más de 10 años en el ISD. La señorita que acaba de hablar es mi hija, pero esto es necesario porque no se puede tolerar semejante cosas que están haciendo en mi comunidad Nathan Adams. Pero créanme, es un dolor muy grande que yo traigo esta noche. Y son las siguientes. Nathan Adams' parents are asking for a formal investigation regarding campaign practice being used at Nathan Adams Elementary School by members of the Edwin Flores campaign. Our children are being used as pawns for election purposes. We are disgusted by the manner in which our personal information is being exploited, not to mention the violation of the HIPAA laws our children have experienced. Nadia Khan Roberts is an Edwin Flores campaign supporter and volunteer. We are also being notified that grades are not being logged. In some grades, thank you. In
Thank you,
some
Ms.
grade
Rios.
levels
Your
for
time has
children in
expired.
Canada. Thank you
Richard
so much.
Sheridan,
I have
followed
the
by William
documents.
Hopkins.
I have the document. Who?
La señora aquí. Gracias. Sí, sí.
Richard Sheridan, followed by William Hopkins.
Good evening. My name is Richard Sheridan. I'm a candidate for mayor of Dallas. I'm the biggest secret in the city because the powers and principalities, the Dallas Morning News, etc., don't like me because I tell the truth like the child in the Emperor's New Clothes. Dallas, DSD is at a fork in the road. By the way, I'm from New York. It's F-O-R-K. Okay? Excuse me. The attacked picture came to me over 30 years ago as I began to suffer, began my trail of tears, began to realize what is going on in our nation, in our state, county, and city, and schools. It's very simple and yet very powerful in its message. There are two roads to take in life, one good and one of evil. Those who take the good road are givers, and those who take the evil road are takers. I've used this same picture to portray what is going on with Dallas Homeless Program, and now today what is going on with DSD students and with our children. With the good road, the red road, that's a Native American road in the picture, it shows a family core, a mother and a father, and a child running ahead, as children often do, ever adventurous, ever looking for all the good things in life. It's the child shall lead us message from the Bible. The red road, the one that leads to Martin Luther King's promised land. Then there's a dark side road. We, all of us, have a good and a bad side in very varying degrees. The very dark amongst us, and I'm certainly not talking about people of color, but the content of one's character, the light or darkness of one's soul, the part of us that is not immediately apparent. Shown on the dark road are two people, one lying on the side of the road, either dead or beat up by the person walking swiftly towards the symbol on our dollar bill, pursuing money. The road that this person is on leads to destruction, as shown dramatically by the atomic bomb mushroom at the end of the dark road. Up until now, Dallas's powers and principalities have mostly gotten away with the corruption, gotten away with the abuse of its students, its teachers, and the parents of its students. Certainly Dallas Morning News and the Observer's writer, Jim Schutz, have helped. Is Jim Schutz here? Is he hiding under a chair? Helped facilitate this corruption and delayed justice coming to those who have been getting away with this many-year corruption, the DSD corruption has manifested itself in this partial list. The racist, well, let's start off with Rosemont, the principal. Didn't realize that. There's racist agenda, destroying the good futures of many of our minority children, favoring special interests, the Dallas White Citizens Council, favoring vendors over for political support that they get from those vendors. The above list could go on and on like a never-ending story. We must do two things. We must do two things to put Dallas DSD on a good road. We must have a fair and democratic mayor election. We must call for a vote here and now for the removal of Superintendent Mike Miles. Call for a vote, call for a vote, call for a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
William Hopkins, followed by Sandra Humphrey.
Yeah, Mr. Solis, do I address you or Mike? Mike?
The board as a whole.
The board as a whole?
Yes, sir. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Hopkins.
As a board as a whole, I gave you a copy of the court order for West Dallas, the kids in West Dallas. The state of Texas and Dallas and the state of Texas sued the RSR lead plant for the contamination. West Dallas is under Superfund from the EPA right now. Mr. Solis, I gave you a copy of the court order where the kids have health insurance, and y'all have Edison on a low performance list right now, and y'all gonna give some teacher $10,000, and the teacher gonna come in and they gonna learn the kids, I guess, for the $10,000. I guess the kids gonna learn. But the Dallas Morning News did an article December the 16th, December the 17th, and December the 18th, 2012, the high levels of lead in West Dallas. The lady came out and tested from the Dallas Morning News, and she informed us that West Dallas had a high level of lead, and nobody from the EPA, nobody from the city, nobody from the state, they helped when they moved the white children out of West Dallas, out of Edison, and Amelia Earhart, and they came and they helped when they moved the Hispanics to Little Mexico out of West Dallas, and they left the black kids. This happened in '81, and the state of Texas and Dallas been having health insurance and money to help the poor children in West Dallas. And now that y'all have Edison under a low performance, I'm wondering, have you talked to anybody, Mr. Solis? You said address y'all as a whole. Have anybody here talked to anybody about the court order that I gave you, to where is that the children in West Dallas have health insurance and it's low performance because of the high level of lead, and we under EPA Superfund right now. Is low. That's why the children can't learn of the arsenic and cadmium and lead in West Dallas. And the Dallas Morning News did an article, but the CNN and the big networks wouldn't pick it up because it was black. The children were black, and it's racist. And I'm wondering, Mr. Solis, you and Dr. Blackburn and Mike Miles, have y'all talked to anybody about the court order that I gave you for the help for the children in West Dallas instead of the low performance and get the kids $10,000? Have you talked to anybody about the court order that they already have help, Mr. Solis?
Mr. Hopkins, this is your time to address the board. We don't respond at this point.
Come on, Mr. Solis. The children are dying. These children are dying. Y'all sit here and you give us 3 minutes and you just sit here and don't say nothing. I think this, Mr. Solis, y'all have failed. You have failed. Dr. Mike Miles have failed. Dr. Blackburn has failed these people and these children in West Dallas.
Thank you, Mr. Hopkins.
And for you to sit
Your
there and
time
say
has
nothing,
expired.
I think it's pitiful. You need to go to jail.
Sandra Humphrey, followed by Virginia Frank.
My name is Sandra Humphrey. I'm a concerned student, alumni from Wilma Hutchins High School. I graduated top of my class. I work for the city now, work for UPS. I'm a volunteer at Elijah and Peace, OW Homes, and Wilma Hutchins, all of the schools. I've been volunteering for the last 2.5 weeks at Elijah and Peace. It's fallen apart since Ms. Freeman has left the building. I'm trying to figure out why people are being shipped out, removed. Teachers that's getting put out, there's good teachers, great teachers, getting moved that don't have a reason why they're being moved. Ms. Freeman was a great principal. She had all kinds of things going on at Elijah and Peace. Now they don't have anything going on. The The cheerleaders has been took. Basketball girls has been took. A lot of things are falter. Y'all talk about kids and education, but y'all not giving them the education that they need. Y'all say the word about clothes, uniforms, stuff that's not important. Band boosters going on clubs. They going to what? Atlanta. They just went to Atlanta at Wilma Hutchins. Why? When the kids are falling, the kids are our future, and y'all removing the teachers, and they're not getting an education. They got teachers in there not doing anything on their cell phones, fraternizing with each other. I hear kids saying, "I'm not a thought." Kids shouldn't hear that from teachers. What's going on? Mike Miles, the superintendent, you coming in and removing people when schools were building. They were building, and you're removing people without giving them inner knowledge. What's going on? I'm looking at the superintendent now because it starts with the board. It starts with the board. And if the board is falling, something's going wrong. Something's going wrong. I'm very concerned because my daughter is on the chess team. Her academics are great. I volunteer at every school she's been at, and I volunteer at other schools. As a concerned parent and alumni, graduate top of my class. I don't understand what's going on. What's going on? I mean, y'all steady giving us answers, and y'all doing things that's unnecessary at the school. Unnecessary things. We need books, not surfaces, not tablets. They need textbooks. You're not teaching them no black history, no arts, no culture, no nothing. And it's faltering, especially in the urban society. SOC is falling apart. Zoomwalk falling apart. Elijah and Peace falling apart. Those were top schools. And now they're at the bottom. Maceo had got wiped out. Wilma Hutchins they just getting rebuilt. Thank you, Blackboard, for coming to our community sometimes. I see you sometimes. I see you in the community. But
thank you, Ms. Humphrey. Your time has expired. Virginia Frank, followed by Christopher Latson.
Good evening. My name is Regina Frank, and I'm a concerned parent for the 160,000 plus children we have in the district. I've been running down here for 3 years, just addressing issues that need to be addressed. But I'm gonna come to you guys a totally different way. I was sitting down waiting, just kind of thinking about what I was gonna say today to present to you guys, and I'm gonna say this. You all as a board, you all have the power to do whatever it is we need to get done. And I'm holding you guys accountable. I've protested, I've picketed, I've walked, I've went into your neighborhoods, whatever, all those things I needed to do. I'm a supportive parent, and I'll do all those things again. But you know what? I believe in God. I believe in a higher being. And I'm going to sick him on y'all. Because let me tell you something. That is children. What saddens me, all of you guys are going to get old one day. And those kids that are in school that are not being properly educated, we all need doctors. And I would hope that they wouldn't get a time to whip y'all butts for making horrible decisions for them. And you all are accountable. The blood is on you all's hands for making these selfish decisions for these children. Not cattle, not animals, children, taking the things that they need to make them productive citizens. And you all are making the decision. Neither one of you will have children in the district, maybe one person. And y'all making decisions for our kids. I dare you. Don't make selfish decisions for our children. I need you all to have some accountability. If a teacher don't come to work, y'all gonna fire them. So how can we hold you all accountable for making selfish decisions for our kids? You all need to be held accountable too. Consequences, circumstances, consequences. But I'm sicking God on you all.
Christopher Latson, followed by Diane Birdwell.
Hi, good evening, board president, board members, and superintendent. I'm Chris Latson. I'm representing the NAACP. I just want to read a resolution. School privatization threat to public education. Whereas there is an increasing emergence of privatization of our nation's public schools, and or the establishment of charter schools within public school districts. And whereas there are concerns that such privatizations of school districts would pose a significant threat to the improvement, accountability, continued development, and financial stability of an already underfunded public education system. Whereas conversions of public schools to private entities would pose a detriment to the essential safeguards and protections of rights of students, parents, teachers, and taxpaying citizens within public school districts. And whereas in its 2010 resolution of charter schools, the NAACP opposed the use of charter schools as the vanguard of education reform. Whereas the NAACP opposed vouchers in 1978, 1982, 1985, 1992, 1993, 1997, and 2003, and in 1979 opposed tax benefit to segregated private schools. And whereas privatization of public schools and or the establishment of charter schools within public school districts diverts much needed funding for public schools to private or charter schools, therefore further dismantling the viability of the public education system and limiting the number of children who will be afforded the opportunity of an adequate and effective education, in contravention of the United States Supreme Court 1954 landmark decision in Brown versus Board of Education, which declared the separate education facilities are inherently unequal. Therefore, be it resolved that the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People opposes the privatization of public schools and or public subsidizing or funding for profit or charter schools, and be it for resolved that the NAACP will continue to advocate against any state or federal legislation which commits or diverts public funding, allows tax breaks, or establishes preferential advantages to for-profit, private, or charter schools. And it be finally resolved that the NAACP calls for full funding and support of high-quality, free, public education for all children. Good evening.
Diane Birdwell, followed by Beatrice Martinez.
Diane Birdwell, 5705 Meadowick Lane. I'm representing NEA Dallas as a teacher and as a board member of the NEA Dallas. I'm the secretary of the board. Last Monday, I sent all 9 trustees an email asking why the Teacher of the Year program had been discontinued or what had happened to it. I heard back from 3 of the 9 of you. If y'all were homework kids, I'd put you in detention. And surprise, surprise, 48 hours later, a message from the superintendent came out that the Teacher of the Year program, something we've had in Texas since 1969, has been canceled because of TEI and the Distinguished Teacher Recognition, the DTR, that this is no longer compatible. And I think the word used was there was be a change in culture. So I looked it up. The Texas Association of School Administrators has had this in Texas, and it says on their own website, and I gave y'all copies of it, that it's a forum to showcase many outstanding educators whose effort and example have inspired their students, their colleagues, and the communities they serve. Nothing about test data. It says that it is the highest honor in the state of Texas, and they demonstrate outstanding leadership and excellence in teaching, not a DOL. It says that educators must be nominated by the accredited public school in which they work, not the superintendent's staff. It says that the requirements are that they are to inspire students of all backgrounds, that they have the respect and admiration of students, parents, and colleagues, not a spot observation, that they play an active and useful role in the community, not shown on a test, and be poised, articulate, and possess the energy within a busy schedule. Again, not addressed on TEI. I will never be a teacher of the year because I was too young to know what to do back then. Now I'm too old, and I know what to do, but I don't have the energy. So you go on, and it says that it is to include the teachers in the planning process. This decision was made unilaterally, I'm supposing, without any of our input. We've been excluded. It says to use a democratic process to select your nominee. That means the teachers vote. That's a democracy. TEI and DTR are not democratic. It's a system in which it is not always fair, that we've already seen in 1 year. And it says that principals on each campus might ask teachers to nominate. That shows respect for our opinion. Apparently the change doesn't. So finally, The Teacher of the Year program was seen as a threat to the validity of TEI and subjective DTR schemes. By eliminating it, you are saying that teachers are merely interchangeable cogs in a testing machine. The ending of this honors tells DISD teachers they are not valued at all for the efforts they make outside of the classroom, and the hundreds of additional hours they work are not worthy of recognition. Finally, it tells us that our peers no longer have a voice at all on their campus to show the love and appreciation for what our fellow teachers do. Funny, Mesquite ISD, Coppell ISD, Garland ISD, and Ennis ISD, Highland Park ISD will all keep this going. Guess they still get what teaching is all about.
Beatrice Martinez, followed by Rhonda Hutchinson.
I don't believe Beatrice Martinez is here.
Okay. Rhonda Hutchinson.
I'm here to ask the board to please give the Rosemont parents what they're asking for. And here, although it may not always feel like an opportunity, what they're asking for is it gives you a tremendous opportunity. I know you're discussing about a lot of the school choice schools that are coming online, which is very exciting. The parents that you will have in your school choice communities will look like these parents. They will act like these parents. They will have the same passion as these parents, meaning that they will be coming to school board meetings. They will be watching you online. They will be keeping up with what policies are going forward. They will be keeping up with the evaluations of their principals and their teachers. And this is not a bad thing. I know when a system is first starting, it can feel like a bad thing, but it's an opportunity. If you have a principal who has built a program that, gosh, looks so much like the school choice programs that you want to have more of, to not renew her contract is a anomaly, or it's something's wrong in the system. And it could be human error, it could be there's a missing piece, but whatever it is, you need to find out what's wrong, because she is the type of principal that you will want more of, because this is the community, active parents, that parent involvement. This is the community that you want supporting your school choice schools. I don't know if you will take their demand seriously, or if you'll just put your head down and blaze forward. But please don't pass out on the opportunity. Please give the parents what they're asking for, and please embrace this as a chance to make the system better, to bring parents into the system. When you say you're doing this for the children, the people here, they see a specific face in mind. And when they say they're doing it for the children, they know names. And please don't undervalue that at all. Thank you.
John Stetler, followed by Stacy Jones.
Good evening. It's a very interesting evening to be here. I often hear people involved with the school district saying, we're here for the kids. And I often think what people really concerned about schools should be saying is, we're here for the parents. If you have good parents, your schools are going to do well, your kids are going to do well. And right now, DISD has terrible competition from private schools and from the suburbs. It always breaks our heart when we see some good, energetic parents move into the neighborhood with good kids, and then we hear, well, we're going to move because we're going to go to Rockwall schools, or we're going to move because we want to go to a private school, or something like that. If we can keep these parents here, we're going to have good schools and we're going to have good kids. I heard one of the employees at DISD say something very important that I think is good to pass along too. They talk to many employers. He says he talks to many employers, and what he gets asked for all the time are these kids that can look somebody in the eye, talk to them respectfully, decently, know how to relate to people. And I, as employer, almost fell out of my chair. I thought, wow, somebody finally understands us. We need more people that can relate to people, look them in the eye, know how to talk to them, know how to deal with them. And I've been very impressed tonight that so many of these parents have been so respectful, they've been positive, they've been trying to speak up for good things that they see happening. And you can either work hard to get parents like this and have great parents that are always thanking teachers, thanking people that contribute to the schools like some of the people tonight, or if you don't listen to them and take the value of their good character and abilities, you find yourself with nothing but the people that complain. So I hope you take the opportunity tonight to find out how you can converse with these good parents here that seem so positive and use them to do great things for the district. I would like to finish just by thanking all of you for serving on the board. I know it's a very hard task, takes a lot of time, and all you DISD employees, I know we've got some very good employees with DISD. It's sometimes a little tough job, but I thank you for all you do. And so hope you all have a good evening. Thanks.
Stacy Jones, followed by Ramon Mejia. Stacy Jones. Okay. Ramon Mejia, followed by Wanda Lynn Aldridge.
Education is a practice of freedom, the means to deal critically and creatively with reality and discover how to participate in the transformation of our world. This is what my wife, a two-time Afghanistan veteran, and I, an Iraq veteran, and the overwhelming majority of the parents see happening at Rosemont. The welcoming, student-centered learning environment is what I want for my son. We've entrusted his teachers with his education, and we've entrusted his principal with making him a better human being. Who we don't trust is the super, and who we do not trust is the ED, but we do trust Ms. Brenning. We're appalled by the super and the ED's arrogance. We're appalled by their hypocrisy. On September 2014, Ms. Brenning received a rating of Proficient 1 after test scores were released. Why was a concern about her so-called ineffectiveness not brought up at her final evaluation? How are the non-renewing a Proficient 1 principal, but putting 2 principals with a rating of Progressive 2 in an ACE school in order to turn those schools around? On the principal rubric, a principal who is a Proficient 1 is better qualified leader than a Progressing 2 principal. In fact, how does Mr. Miles keep his job? The number of schools rated improvement required went from 34 last year to 43 this year. That would mean that the super scores are declining. Why isn't he going through a non-renewal? How does Ms. Brittany's ED last year rate her a Proficient 1 and her new ED, who is new to the district, says that she's an effective leader in just a few short months of doing sporadic walkthroughs. This shows a lack of proper training and has been made evident on Tuesday's meeting when the ED could not give clear descriptions of the principal evaluation rating levels. While it would be easy to dismiss the ED's inability to differentiate between the rating levels as a singular event, the reality is far more sinister, a systemic failure to adequately train evaluators. Is every principal who tests scores that showed a slight decline going to be non-renewed? Is every principal who missed a deadline going to be non-renewed? Again, this shows that the super's evaluation system is subjective and can be interpreted in a manner a person sees fit. We were never notified that the school was viewed as underperforming. Rosemont attracts middle-class families because it is a well-run, focused school. We outperform on a regular basis, so the elementary must be doing something right. 3 of the 10 elementary schools with more than 20% of middle-class students are magnets, so it's not fair to compare it to Rosemont. Of the 7 neighborhood schools, only 1 has an economically disadvantaged rate of over 66%. Are Rosemont and Robert E. Lee doing that differently? Has the Lee principal been fired? In this case, the wrong person is being non-renewed. It should be on the ED who didn't bring up a declining data as a concern during her visits. This is retribution because we are actively involved in the lives of our children. It's because we won't get on board what the district is putting forth. As parents, we were more vocal. The ED made more and more visits. This is a fact. Within the few months after the parents voiced their concerns, the ED decided Ms. Brenning should not return next year. The dismissal of Ms. Brenning is an affront to the parents, but more importantly to our children. As parents, we will protect our children from the horrible policies of the super, and we demand the reinstatement of Ms. Brenning.
Wonderlyn Aldridge, followed by Nora Ortiz.
Good evening. I want to thank our trustees that were elected by their constituents in their neighborhoods. Mr. Cowan is our trustee at Rosemont. We appreciate the fact that he came and attended several meetings with our parents. He came and listened and listened and listened. Our prayer is that he heard. And we trust that tonight you are hearing the hearts of these parents. I work at Rosemont Primary. Every day cannot wait to get to work. I love it so much. And I see these parents daily as they bring their children. And a lot of times I say, thank you for letting us have your child. That's what I tell them, because we're just proud to have them. Also, I'd like to address the fact that we have often said we want parental involvement in our district, in all the schools. Well, you have a school here that has total parental involvement and volunteerism and just being there for every event we have. So let's make up our mind. Do we want parental involvement or not? Thank you.
Nora Ortiz, followed by Veronica Flores.
I don't believe Nora Ortiz is not here.
Okay. Veronica Flores, followed by Dora Presidio.
I don't believe Veronica Flores is here.
Dora Presidio.
She is here.
She is.
Yes.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Dora Preciado, tengo 4 hijos. Tengo 17 años siendo una madre activa en la escuela de Rodman. De ahí salió mi hija, ahorita ya está en la Mountain View haciendo sus básicos. Mi hijo César también está en la Mountain View, tiene 15 años. Mis otras 2 niñas, Candy está en academia, en Greiner, y Lucero es una excelente estudiante en Rodman, gracias a la directora. Quisiera saber hablar inglés para que me entendieran lo que yo siento de que ya no vaya a estar ella. He compartido muchas cosas con ella. Hubo un tiempo donde mi esposo fue despedido injustamente de su trabajo, no tenía para útiles y Miss Reiner fue la que me ayudó con mis hijos para seguir estudiando en la escuela. Es una excelente directora, se los digo como una madre de familia hispana. Mi país no me dio a mí la oportunidad que mis hijos tienen en este país y le agradezco mucho a Dios que me trajo a este lugar, pero que me puso en la escuela de Rodman. No quiero quedarme sin mis Rainers, no quiero que mis hijos estén sin ella, porque no es una directora, es parte de mi familia. Los maestros que tiene Rodman son parte de mi familia, ellos me han ayudado a educar a mis hijos. Por favor, les pido que tomen en cuenta la palabra de los padres de familia. Soy una madre que no habla inglés y somos muchos padres hispanos que estamos tristes por esta situación que está pasando. Yo apenas me acabo de enterar y por eso vine, porque no quiero quedarme sin la directora. Es una excelente, excelente directora. Por favor, escúchenme. Se lo pido, escúchenme. Gracias.
Victoria Penal, followed by Martha Mansavias. Victoria Penal.
I don't believe she is here.
She is.
I don't believe
contract is not being renewed? Where is the fiduciary responsibility of her boss and this administration to your community, your client, and your parents? These major decisions cannot be made in a vacuous, closed door under secrecy. At Tuesday's meeting at Rosemont with Eric Cowan, several administrators threw around the term rubric, metrics, in an esoteric and very malapropic manner. The true rubric metrics of success should be void of polity and include your children, your parents, and your community. And anything other than that, that excludes that, is suspect and has no credibility with this group. So I find no writ of termination of the principal's contract submitted to the true shareholders, that is the community of taxpayers for Rosemont Elementary, the true stakeholders of Rosemont Elementary, that is us, the parents who have true skin and blood in the game in our children. And the client is the children. Your client is our children. We now stand in an environment under the very cooperation of Anna Brining that is now in jeopardy of being dismantled, without the local school staff, families, and the local community at large included. Now, your shareholders, the taxpayer, your stakeholders, we the parents, and several kids who are here tonight, your client, we are requesting a reprieve of this decision. In the corporate world, this would be malfeasant. We are asking you to reinstate Anna Brining.
Thank you all. This board has heard you loud and clear, and we want to thank you for taking the time to come to address this board tonight at our meeting. Trustees, we are now to the portion of our agenda where we will present individual board trustee district reports. Trustees, are there any reports? Start with Trustee Foreman.
Rosemont family, I'm with you. So goes Rosemont, goes the rest of Oak Cliff. I am the representative of Southwest Oak Cliff. We are brothers and sisters in the movement. Our children are our future. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Mitchke.
Thank you. I wish I had more details about one of our teachers who passed away at Gaston Middle School. And I've actually sent an email to a couple of folks to give me some more background. Her name was Alicia Sams, and that's all I know. But I thought it would be appropriate to properly recognize her, and I'd like to come back around once I have that info. Thanks.
Trustee Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of my great heroes was a great man by the name of Peter Drucker, who left a legacy of talking about what's important to an organization and to a community. One of his great quotes, something that I think is very appropriate now, is this: "Of all the decisions an executive makes, none is more important as the decisions about the people, because they determine the performance capacity of an organization." And so it is with that, I salute you, the parents, for reminding us that in our organization, we have very important people who touch the lives of our children, who educate them, who raise them up, and who stand for them. And I just want to say, I personally not only heard you, I listened. There are so many barriers to achieving academic excellence. Poverty is one of the most challenging aspects, but there are more. There are so many issues facing urban education today that the greatest defense we have is the defense of the community, that is the community of parents, of teachers, of school leaders, of members of our faith-based organizations, and just about anybody who surrounds a school in a neighborhood to raise it up. And I personally commend each and every one of you for coming out here tonight. You, the parents, the families, the community leaders, the people who care and invest in your school, and being here to talk to this board, to remind this board that we should be listening to you. You know, W.T. White, one of the great schools of our district, it's up north, just celebrated its 50th anniversary. That's a long number of years of tradition. It has a family around it, an amazing family that a week ago was able to come out and join arms, lock arms together, and stand as a family and continue the great traditions for what I hope to be not only another 50 years, but as long as this school district is out here. I think that when we see those traditions, when we see those communities, when we see them reinforced, we are reminded that this is not about a point in time, but about history in time. And our children of yesterday become our parents of today, and our parents of today lead us with the children of tomorrow, who then turn out to be the great doctors, who I hope and pray will discover that cure for cancer, because so many of us are depending on them. I personally want to also recognize tonight the fact that we do have great schools in Dallas ISD. And I know that because the National Center for Urban School Transformation Excellence in the Urban Education Award, which recognizes schools where students are achieving despite their economic status, had two of these schools, two from my district, John J. Pershing Elementary and Walnut Hill Elementary School, as leaders in the nation, not just Dallas, the nation. These schools have incredibly high socioeconomically disadvantaged rates, approximately 93% at Pershing, and that's quite a struggle if you think about it, to have such a community, such a concentration, especially when we recognize that the limited English proficiency students are the ones being recognized for academic success. And I want to also say that it's because of the community around that school. Young Cindy, who we all celebrated in her struggle against cancer not many months ago, thanks to Make-A-Wish Foundation, but the school, the entire school, rallied around that young woman and raised her up to allow her to spend her wish, which happened to be a teacher, probably the greatest honor I think she ever gave the profession, because it is a community. And that's really what this is about. And from where I'm sitting, we need more of it. we sit up here to try to help make sure that every school in Dallas ISD is academically the best of class. And is a great choice for any family looking at an education portfolio of options for their children. We believe in that. It's part of our mission. It's part of our covenants. It's part of the strategic path that we have laid for this district. But it can't work unless our communities are with us. So all I can say tonight is, I stand with you.
It's always good when we have parents that are very involved. It just so happened that earlier tonight I was looking at some information that we have on our website for board members, and I found a document from the Office of Family and Community Engagement. And as I was perusing the document, I found out that there is a parent engagement rubric. This parent engagement rubric, some of the criteria that it looks at is parenting and family development, two-way communication between the home, school, and the community, welcoming environment at school, students learning at home, decision-making, governance, and advocacy, and collaboration with the community. They tell us that in January of 2015, 74% of the elementary schools met the criteria. Superintendent Miles, I'm asking for an update to that so that we can see how all schools rate. I had not known that we had this type of rubric, but I'd like to know how all schools meet the criteria. But, you know, we've had parents from Lakewood, we've had parents from Stonewall Jackson, and you all come in your nice colors and very strong force. I often tell parents and I often tell people in the community that when you come to speak to the board, if you're going to come once and don't come again, then it was nice knowing you, it was nice seeing you. But I often tell you, you have to speak long and speak strong. Speak long. I mean, don't come just one time. And when I say speak strong, that means we need to see a sea of blue. So I appreciate what you're doing tonight. I appreciate you standing up and sticking up for your principal, and for your school, and for your children. I consider you to be the ideal of this parent engagement rubric. I expect when I get the report that Rosemont will have high scores for parent engagement. But I appreciate you coming tonight. I think I've gone to at least 2 of your meetings, maybe 3. I think 3 meetings. I appreciate you inviting me, and I hope you will invite us again. At least 3 or 4 board members have heard you in person, and you've sent me quite a few emails. So thank you for speaking long and for speaking strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Becker. Trustee Bingham.
It's been a great week in District 4, and this last weekend, Samuel High School, which is in my elected district, their girls' track team were champions in district, so I was really proud of Samuel High School. That's one of our Pleasant Grove schools. Also, there were 2 students at Sigerville High School, Cairo Bustos and Brian Contreras. And these 2 students received accolades from the College Board for scoring in the top 2.5% of Hispanic students across the nation. So there are some great things going on in Dallas ISD, especially in District 4, but I'm just a little bit heavy on the District 4. But I also believe that a principal determines the course of any school. A great principal, not a good principal, but a great principal can truly make a huge difference in the lives of our children. And otherwise, everything's going great in District 4.
Thank you. Trustee Nuttall?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Rosemont, thank you for standing up, speaking out for our children. And the reason I say our children, I am DISD. I have a daughter in DISD. So I understand completely what you feel. I feel it every day, what it means to get your child up, take them to school, PTA. We bought Hexter back. Hexter Elementary is a blue ribbon school. And it was because of strong parent participation. So I understand and I feel what it means if you lose your principal and you're losing your teachers and what your child, when they come home, what they say to you, well, Mommy, my teacher's gone. My AP Spanish teacher's gone. How do you expect me to learn? So I understand that worry, that concern. So schools are very personal, and I feel what you're feeling. So I appreciate you for standing up for our children because you make the difference. And we are because of you. You give us your best every day. And we have to be accountable to make sure we educate your best, our best. So I want to thank you, come back, and I stand with you, Rosemont, because we are DISD.
Thank you, Trustee Nuttall.
Because as Trustee Foreman said, who's next? So goes Rosemont, so goes Townview, so goes Hexter, so go all of our schools. So Booker T. Washington student Ebony Bollock is one of the only 2 Dallas ISD students nationwide to win $25,000 National Achievement Scholarship. The competition recognized promising African American scholars. So hats off to Ebony. And I want to acknowledge the community liaison at the great James Madison High School. She was one of the 2 campuses staff that received volunteer coordinators of 2015. She was here a little earlier. So I want to acknowledge Shanita Jones at the great James Madison High School. Thank you.
I don't know if I should save Trustee Cowan for last. Trustee Morath? No report? Okay, Trustee Cowan.
You really want me to follow that? Thank you. Thank you for showing up. I just got a text from my wife asking if I walked out on Rosemont parents. I said, no, I'm sitting with my Rosemont parents. It's tough being a parent of a DISD student and a trustee because you have to balance the needs of the entire district with the needs of your child. And I'm sorry you're going through this. I'm sorry you have to show up tonight. I take some of the blame. I'm sorry that you're having to dance around the conversation in the kitchen like I am. When your daughter hears or asks, who's leaving? You have to say, you don't know her. I don't know if the administration is going to take you up on your offer, but I'm here to help as a trustee and a parent. just thought it was I Bike Rosemont Week. I'm sorry, it's turned into I Dump on Rosemont Week. The public discussion of an underperforming school doesn't do anybody any good. So what I want to do is offer my services and the administration services to come to Rosemont with white parents and Hispanic parents and go over the numbers, because you are smart people and you will get it and you will understand what they're looking at. Because I've seen the data and we can do better, just like every school. I want to tell you a story, and I tell you this story not to throw our school under the bus, but to make a point. It's on the front porch. My daughter was playing with some neighborhood kids, and one of them came up onto our porch, and I didn't recognize the kid, so I don't know if he was down the street or just visiting kids from next door. Came on the porch, looked at a box on our porch and said, "What is that word?" I said, "What word are you looking at?" He said, pointed to the word on the box. I said, "That word right there," trying my best not to embarrass him at that moment. I said, "Oh, that word right there, that's water." I said, "Oh," as innocently as a young kid saying, "Oh, water, yeah, water." I asked him where he went to school. And he said Rosemont. So as much as we love Rosemont, as much as I love Rosemont, we know that kids are falling through the cracks. Just like they are at Stonewall Jackson and Hexter, Edison, because this is don't get me started. Because this is DISD, and we know we're not a great district, but we're trying to become one. Trying to keep an eye on those kids that are slipping through the cracks. So I'm going to offer another challenge to you. No matter what happens over the next 4 months, let's pledge to ourselves and our students that we're going to come together and do better for our neighborhood, and for those kids who may not have the resources that you and I do. So, and we should be doing that at all schools. Now I'm going to get in trouble because now I'm focusing on Rosemont and ignoring the rest of the schools in my district. That goes for any school in District 7 and district-wide. So I look forward to having conversations in the future, and thank you for being here. I'm pretty sure they heard you.
Thank you, Trustee Cohn. Trustee Mitchke, I know you think you have your information now.
Let me first also thank all the Rosemont parents for being here tonight. Those of you who were watching the board meeting last night, last month, will know that there was a school in my district, Casa View, which has very little participation by parents, and I long for the day when we have a group from Casa View to come out to a board meeting like this and stand up for their school and their children. Thank you all for being here tonight. Alicia Sams, I did find out a little bit more information. She taught at Gaston for 7 years. She was a science teacher. She passed away from cancer, lung cancer. And The other thing that I do know is that a couple of students who were over at Bryan Adams, who had her as a teacher, were crying, and one of the teachers, Ms. Birdwell, told me all about the impact that they had emotionally, that Alicia had emotionally on the children. So very sad to see someone from the Dallas ISD family pass away. But it does appear to me that, from what I know, she had a real impact on some of her students. So, thank you.
I'd like to first make an announcement as it relates to the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce's Stars on the Rise program, which is led, the program itself it's a huge fundraising effort that the Chamber of Commerce puts on. Diana Flores, who is also a school board member for our county commission, a Dallas County Community College District board member, leads these efforts, and she's assisted by Renee Martinez and B. Martinez. And on May 15th, they are interviewing 500 students at Townview and selecting finalists for the following week. They had over 1,500 applicants for this scholarship. And just to kind of give you an idea of the impact that these scholarships can have, Spruce and Molina are actually going to benefit with $330,000 allocated to them by Ford. So, when I think about the community and the work that the community does, particularly around scholarships and college access for our students, Stars on the Rise is one of those premier community efforts. And so I'd like to personally say thank you to the Dallas Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and to Diana Flores and her group as they continue to work to build those scholarships up for our students. And very briefly, before we move on, I'd like to address the crowd at Rosemont, and I'd like to first start por los padres de Rosemont. Te escucho. Every time that I see, I know Dr. Blackburn referenced it earlier, groups of parents that come together in a sea of a particular color, regardless of whether they're screaming at me or cheering for me, it brings me hope. And it reminds me of what my dad used to do and my mom used to do growing up in Port Arthur, Texas, where it wasn't easy. And as, a Hispanic kid growing up, you had to hope to get by in life that you had parents or guardians who would roll up their sleeves and fight for you. And so when I see you doing what you're doing, I draw inspiration. And I may not be able to provide you with the exact answer that you want to hear, but know that what you do means something to me as a school board trustee, but also as a kid whose dad and mom had to fight for him. I work in Oak Cliff, right around the corner from Rosemont, and I'm not sure that many people know that. But I see what the school has done for that community and what it continues to do for that community. I understand, as it was mentioned earlier by a particular speaker, that the key to economic development and truly just social justice is a strong school, led by a strong principal, with a strong set of teachers, and an even stronger community and parents and guardians who are willing to make their voices heard and to ensure that those kids get a high-quality education. So I understand where you're coming from. I understand that the administration has put in place systems to do as best as they can the job of ensuring that every single campus continues to improve, so that way we can truly say to our community that Dallas ISD is the premier urban school system in the nation. Sometimes those systems work, and sometimes those systems don't work. And as the Board of Trustees, our job is to ensure that we're continuing to remain vigilant over those systems. I want you to know, as one trustee, that I will continue to remain vigilant over this process, that I will give it a fair hearing, and that I will ensure that what I see, both in the data, but also what I see from you, is incorporated into the decision that I make. I truly believe that your school is great, regardless of what other things may be said, and you can count on me as a partner to ensure that that continues to be the case for Rosemont. Trustees, we are now on to the minutes submitted for approval. The following minutes are Audit Committee meeting, March 18th, 2015. Called board meeting, March 26, 2015. Board meeting, March 26, 2015. And called board meeting, March 30th, 2015. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Jones and a second by Trustee Bingham. Trustees, it's been moved and seconded that we adopt the minutes submitted for approval. Are there any corrections? Okay. Hearing no corrections, trustees, please cast your votes.
The motion passes, 8 voting yes and 1 abstaining.
Yeah, you automatically go to. Sure.
Voting the wrong way.
Wake up, Jimmy.
Bear with us as we have a new system that we just put in place.
Okay. The motion passes.
Okay. Where did that come up? Okay, the motion passes, 8 voting yes, 0 voting no, and 1 abstention.
Can
Okay,
we make that font a little smaller?
I'm wondering if it could get any bigger.
Trustees, you just adopted the motion, thereby approving the minutes as submitted. Trustees, we now need to approve item 7.1, to approve an amendment to the joint election contract and election services agreement with the Dallas County Elections Administrator to increase the contract amount and ratify payment of $91,730 to cover adjusted election costs not to exceed $350,000 from the general operating funds. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
It's moved by Trustee Bingham, and a second? Seconded by Dr. Blackburn. Trustees, is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, trustees, please cast your votes.
Trustee Cowan and Trustee Mitchell. Okay. The motion passes, 8 voting yes and 1 abstaining.
Okay, trustees, you just adopted the motion, thereby approving the amendment to the joint election contract and election services agreement with the Dallas County Elections Administrator to increase the contract amount and ratify payment of $91,730 to cover adjusted election costs not to exceed $350,000 from the general operating fund. Okay, trustees, this evening now we have consent agenda items 8.1 through 8.29 as amended. The following consent agenda items have been pulled for a separate vote. 8.2, 8.4, 8.5, 8.6, 8.8, 8.20, 8.22, 8.23, 8.24, 8.25, 8.26, 8.27, 8.28, and 8.29. Do I have a motion on the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Bingham, and a second?
Point of order.
Trustee Jones.
There was an issue during our briefing. This body never actually got to any of the consent agenda items as a quorum, nor was a quorum present when any of the policy items were to be discussed. As a result, on what basis can you create a consent agenda absent this body's ability to have reviewed the material prior to tonight's vote?
Okay. As far as I'm aware, per our board rules, any item can be voted on at the board meeting after a board briefing, regardless of whether you've actually heard the information or not. We lost a quorum, and that's unfortunate that we lost a quorum, but the rules of the body mean that the board briefing agenda items move directly to the board meeting agenda items. Now, we could make there are motions you can make to try to, we could end the meeting, but, this is not out of the ordinary.
No, I think from the standpoint of governance, one of the questions I have is the discretion then fell to you. You never actually communicated with this body regarding any of these items. You decided from the originating agenda what items would be moved forward to consent, what items would not. You also made decisions regarding what items might be considered for separate action, and it took individual members of this board to have to pull, but none of the discussion about whether the governance itself was being done appropriately. You chair this board, and if you don't allocate the time at a meeting to actually conduct the basis of the business of the board, then that's not the fault of this board, that's the fault of the person who actually chairs the meeting. And I'm just trying to make the point that there's a protocol and a process of actually managing a board. And in this case, the business of the board is an appropriate part of that responsibility. So the fact that we're voting on this right now is of issue, and the fact that you created a consent agenda without actually, without this board actually having reviewed any of the items in a public meeting with a quorum, I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Jones, for sharing your sentiment. Trustee, is there a second? Second. Okay, seconded by Trustee Foreman. It has been moved and seconded that we adopt the consent agenda 8.1 through 8.29 as amended. Trustees, please cast your votes.
Okay. The motion passes, 7 voting yes, 1 voting no, and 1 abstaining.
Trustees, you've just adopted the motion, thereby approving the consent agenda as amended. We will now move on to the items pulled for a separate vote, beginning with 9.1 to approve amendments to Board Policy CB Local, State, and Federal Revenue Sources. It's the second read sponsored by Jim Terry, Chief Financial Services. Consent item 8.2 pulled by Trustees Joyce Foreman and Bernadette Nuttall. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Bingham, and a second? Seconded by Trustee Morath. Trustees, is there any discussion? Okay, Trustee Nuttall.
Good evening, board members. Yes. Well, this is, we had changed CH, what we're bringing before the board, anything over $150,000. And this does the same thing. It changes on page 1 and 2, it changes the 50 to 150, but it adds a paragraph in which it says that the Special Revenue Services Management Department shall provide a list of approved grants valued at $50,000 up to $149,999 to the board quarterly as information items. That's the same thing we do for the procurement, is we provide to you all on a monthly basis all items between $50,000 and $150,000. So we're going to do this quarterly because there's very few items that are brought forth before the board. So we think the quarterly will keep you informed.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, Trustee Foreman?
Jim, how do you handle the under $50,000, and what policy is that under?
Well, it's procurement law that, we bid anything 50,000
Not procurement.
but under 50,000, if nothing's under $50,000 and the cumulative is not under 50,000, and it's just a part of a budget, and each department has the authority to purchase things.
I guess the question I'm asking is that it's under 50 in the cumulative number, and how do we know when it gets over 50?
Well, we have a system that we've placed that accumulates by category and also by vendor.
Again, I ask, how does the board know when it's over 50?
Well, we bring it monthly to you, all items between 50 and 150 on a monthly basis.
Is it identified as originally $50,000 and the cumulative total is now over 50?
Yes, I will have to go research it to be sure, but we identify all contracts or all items that reach between 50 and 150,000.
The reason I asked that question, I'm just curious how many contracts actually do that. In my short term on the board, I don't recall seeing that kind of information.
Well, it's sent to the board, and I think it's put on the tracker, if I'm not mistaken, once a month. But I certainly can check to make sure that is happening.
Thank you.
Trustees, any other discussion? Trustee Morath?
I just want to know where I get that medal. What do I have to do to get that medal?
You have to sit down in Austin for 12 hours.
This is not germane to the topic, but it's in San Antonio. Okay, trustees, hearing no other discussion, please cast your votes.
You're the man of metal.
That's right.
Mr. Mitchkay?
Do I get to vote twice?
As often as you want.
And Ms. Jones?
I keep minimizing it.
Still asking me to cast. Voting yes.
Okay. The motion passes, 8 voting yes and 1 voting no.
Okay, trustees, you just adopted the motion, thereby approving the amendments to Board Policy CB Local, State, and Federal Revenue Sources. Our next item is 9A2, to authorize, negotiate, and enter into contracts with job order contracting firms for minor construction, repair, rehabilitation, or alteration of facilities projects managed by Dallas ISD Construction Services, not to exceed $25 million from authorized bond funds, general operating funds as assigned, maintenance tax notes as assigned, and funds assigned to and managed by construction services as authorized by the Board of Trustees. Consent item 8.4, pulled by trustees Bernadette Nuttall and Joyce Foreman. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by trustee Bingham, and a second? By trustee Morath. Trustees, is there any discussion?
Yes.
Okay, trustee Foreman.
Hi, Ed.
Hey, Joyce. How are you?
How many contractors actually bid on this?
14.
14? And you chose
Top 10.
the top 10. Was there a reason for choosing the top 10 and not allowing all of the contractors that bid? And the reason I ask that question is that so often I see brought before this body all of the contractors being put on a list and then given an opportunity to compete, because the way I understand it is that these contractors would then bid the small jobs individually. So is there a specific reason that you chose just the top 10?
The only reason we chose the top 10 was in the 2008 bond, we only had 9. We thought that 10 was a workable and reasonable number, but we could have taken all of them.
You could have taken all. Okay, and then the next question, which has kind of concerned me a bit. Would you break down the ethnicity of the contractors?
Sure.
The top 10
Yeah.
that you're proposing?
Sure. The top 10, there's 5 that are not MWBE and 5 that are MWBE. Now, we don't typically look at what kind of MWBE they
Well,
are,
but I do.
Sure.
Because they could be all 5 white women.
Right. And in this case, I think there are I believe there's 2 Hispanic and 3 female white women.
So, no African American?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were there any African Americans in the 14?
Yes, there were. Of the 4 that were not in the top 10, the 4 not included, all 4 are MWBE, 2 female and 2 African American.
I'll let Trustee Nuttall ask her questions, and then I want to make a motion.
Okay. Trustee Nuttall?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Need the mic on.
Out of the 5,
3 white female, I believe that's correct.
and this is for the bridge loan?
Well, it would be for all work that we have going on and all work that we would have going on in the future.
Out of the 10, how many first time doing business with the district?
One, two, three. Three, I believe.
So out of the 10, out of the 10, we have 3 first time business with the district.
Out of the 10, yes, ma'am.
And then out of the 10, 5 are none, and 5 MWU. And out of that 10, 2 Hispanic and 3 white females.
I believe that's right.
Oh, okay. There. So in the 14, when you add the other 4, it's 2 African Americans out of the 14?
Yes, ma'am.
2 African Americans, and then the other are none, white female.
Correct.
And out of the 4, how many first time?
I believe 3. 3 of the 4, I think, are first time.
3 of the 4 are first timers?
I believe so.
So out of the total 14, you would say you have 6 that are first timers.
I believe that's accurate.
And then out of the total 14, 2 Hispanic, and then 2 African Americans. So total 4 minority, excluding white female,
That's correct.
out of the total 14.
Yes, ma'am.
So 2 Hispanic, 2 African Americans, minority firms. Okay.
Okay. Trustees? Any other discussion?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Blackburn?
I make a motion that we include all 14 contractors to the list.
Second.
Okay. There's been a motion. Let's make sure that we word it a particular way, though, because it needs to go directly with what the motion says directly. So can we, where do we add that? We need to add it in the backup documentation? In the backup documentation, okay.
I believe it would be added to the backup documentation because the names are not listed in the actual motion itself.
Okay. Okay, trustees, the motion is to have all 14 vendors added to the backup documentation. It's been moved by Dr. Blackburn, and I believe there was a second by Trustee Foreman. Any discussion on the motion as amended?
I do.
Trustee Bingham?
Yeah. And on the criteria, do all 14 of them meet the criteria for what that bid is for? I mean, they came in and they had everything needed in order to qualify.
Yes, they were order ranked,
Okay.
but they all, so it's, the question is hard to answer that way. They all got scored. They all had the information that we were looking for, but the rating criteria are MWBE participation. That's essentially on the jocks. It's their subs. It's the coefficients, which is what we require on jocks for pricing. They have to have unit pricing and then coefficients. So pricing is a component, safety is a component, experience and history. So they're all different components. So the top 10 were order ranked, and the bottom 4 were order ranked as well.
Is there a broad point discrepancy in the top 10 and those last 4?
There's the top 5 are in a pretty close group, then the middle 5 are in another grouping, and then the bottom 4 were in a lower grouping. To answer a question I think you're asking, why did the bottom 4, why are they in the bottom 4, was primarily their pricing coefficients. They priced themselves much higher than the top person, let's say.
So the bottom ones, it would cost us more money to do the project than the top 10. Is that right? Am I reading
In
that right?
fairness, potentially, but when we ask them to quote a bid for jobs, they can give us a quote lower than the coefficient that they proposed when they responded to the RFP.
Okay, thank you.
I had a clarification.
Okay, hold on one second, because Trustee Foreman had her hand up, and then we'll go to Trustee Nuttall after. And then.
I wanted to make sure I clarify something that Trustee Bingham just asked. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to clarify something that Trustee Bingham just asked. First of all, I'm a former purchasing agent. Was for over 25 years. So I clearly understand procurement. And I've worked with you, and so you know that.
Sure.
One of the things that we have to understand is that while they gave a specific price point, that they're going to have to bid each contract. And our ask is that, in fairness, that they all get an opportunity. When I sit here on this board and see contracts of $75 million come through, and all of the vendors are put on the list, in fairness, they're going to have to compete, correct? They'll have to bid on each individual contract, right?
Well, they really don't.
They don't?
They don't have to bid. Our process has been to ask them to quote their price, but there's no requirement for that.
That's all I need. They're going to quote a price for each project, correct? Yes.
They can.
Trustee Nuttall, and then Trustee Morath.
And to get clarification of something Trustee Bingham said, you've used vendors before and their price, you've not always went with the lowest bidder. Am I correct?
Sure.
You've always went with the lowest bidder, or the lowest pricing?
No,
You sometime had,
it's based on best value. Price is a component.
but have we, the district, always gone with the lowest
No,
bidder?
ma'am.
Sometimes we use.
Sure.
Am I correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, so You said the bottom 4 was because of pricing, correct?
Yes.
But when we get ready for, we put the 14 on there, they all have the opportunity because we can work with the pricing.
That's right.
Okay, so let me get clarification again. Out of the 14, 5 are non-MWBE. Out of the 14,
Correct.
no, 7 are non-MWBE out of 14.
No, the bottom of the 4 that we didn't include, they're all MWBE. They're just the
2,
W part of the MWBE.
yeah. So when we think about authentic, when I think about Indian, African American, Hispanic, there are only 2 Hispanic firms in the total 14 and 2 African American firms in the total 14. Correct.
I believe that's correct.
And out of the total 14, the bottom 4 that you did not include, the 2 African American firms are in the bottom 14, the bottom 4.
That's correct.
And so in the top 10, there are 2 Hispanics only in the top 10.
Correct.
Am I right?
You understand it, yes.
Okay. So if we include all 14, that would give 4 minority firms the opportunity to build with the construction side.
Yes, ma'am.
And would that help us with our 30% by policy? Because it seems to me that if we exclude 2 minority firms, it would kind of hurt us with our 30%.
For the percentage, it doesn't really work that way because we don't look at the primes as contributing to the percentage, it's their subs. And as part of this RFP response, they did quote their MWBE participation, and that's scored as well if you look at the ranking section.
So all these are primes? Are these,
Yes, that's how it works.
So all 14 are primes, not
Sure.
subs?
Correct.
And which ones on the primes did they say they had had subcontractors as MWB?
Well,
Do you know?
that they all bid an MWB component as part of the request for proposal.
But you lose
Every-
points too if you don't.
I believe there's 20 points associated with that, so there's a range of points for each one of them, depending on how they defined and explained their MWBE participation.
But by taking all 14, we create opportunities with minorities, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Morath?
I just wanted to clarify the one in the final 4 that we have experience with. I think one of the things in our procurement is prior history, work history with the district. Did they score low or well on that particular ranking?
Not particularly, but that really isn't not sure I should answer more than your question.
Did they score not particularly well, not particularly poor, middle of the road? Like if they scored very poor, I would ask Dr. Blackburn if he'd be willing to take that one out. If they scored, average or above average, then I don't have any qualms. So I'm just asking, did they score bottom third, middle third, top third of that particular ranking?
Bottom third.
Dr. Blackburn, would you be amenable to taking that one out, given their prior work history with the district?
Well, if we look at the scoring protocol, what area are you talking about that addresses what Trustee Morath is talking about?
I believe he's talking about experience with the district.
So experience on the district, the group that came in 7th place has 0.
That's right.
The group that came in 8th place has 0. Number 10 has 0. Number
why are we
6
letting any of those
has
folks
0.
Because they had never worked for the district before.
Oh, those are the ones with absent, yes. So I'm not talking about the ones absent work experience. I'm talking the ones with work experience that we know. Sort of the fool you once, shame on you, fool you twice, shame on me kind of deal.
But I'm saying well, let me ask you, Ed, where on this protocol does it evaluate previous work?
The previous work is evaluated by on a regular basis by a large group of people.
On the protocol, on the scoring protocol, where does that come in?
I'm not sure I understand your question. The experience on past Dallas ISD projects is a predetermined number.
Right.
That is determined by a group of about 20 individuals, program managers, consultants, project managers, folks who have had experience with the contractors. And we do it, so we did it after phase 1 of 2008 bond, after phase 2, after phase 3, and then midway into phase 4, we've done it as well.
But my point is, this scoring protocol does not provide an evaluation of the previous work. It talks about the experience. Does it provide an evaluation of the previous work?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
What I think Trustee Barath is saying is that if they got a 0 and they don't work for us, then maybe they should be left out. So that in some way is implying that you are evaluating their previous work. I'm simply asking, does this scoring protocol have an avenue for evaluating previous work?
Yes, I think I understand
And
what
where
you're
is
asking.
that?
There's a section called General Contractors Current and Past K-12 New or Renovation Construction Experience. That's a separate line.
Okay.
That's scored out of 10.
Okay.
So contractors who have never worked with the district before, although they would get 0 in the line that we were previously discussing, they would get points in this section if they had experience with schools.
Dr. Blackburn,
Mhm.
can I follow up on this?
You've still got the floor.
I'm just a little confused. So I don't have the procurement rubric in front of me. There's a component of the procurement rubric that speaks to their general experience in the industry. And there's a component in their performance rubric that speaks to our experience with them if we happen to have experience with them.
That's correct.
So is the one that talks about our experience with them, does it talk about sort of the quality of work that they, is that what it's an indication of the quality of work that they did for us when they did that work for us?
Yes.
Okay, so if they rated poorly in that, independent of their experience generally, we had a bad experience with that vendor?
At some point, yes.
Okay. So again, I would just, Dr. Blackburn, if you're open for that, I would like to do that. If not, then I'll offer an amendment along those lines.
I'm not open for that.
And I have a question on that. So,
Okay, hold on one second. Hold on. Trustee Morass still has the floor.
So I would just like to amend the motion that's on the floor to remove that one particular vendor. I don't know who it is, but the one that in the final 4 that scored low given their prior experience with the district.
Okay. There is a motion to amend the amendment.
We might want to make sure about which one you're talking about now.
Okay, hold on one second before we can get into that. So there is
I'll second.
a motion to amend the amended motion, and Trustee Bingham is seconding Trustee Morass' motion. Is there any discussion on Trustee Morass' motion?
yes,
Trustee
I have
Morass,
a question.
okay, hold on one second.
That's fine.
You
have a
presented it.
question.
Trustee Nadal.
So when you talk about, when you evaluate, the evaluation, the process, how many people are on the team of the Construction Evaluation Committee?
It's about 20.
20 people on this team right here?
Yes.
And so when you said the lowest, when they get the lowest, do you look at all projects? Like consider, for example, one construction company I see, how many projects have they done with the district?
Yeah, we look at the body of their work.
Yeah, but how, for example, do you look and say they've completed 30 projects with the district? Out of the 30 projects, maybe 2 of them didn't go well. So how is that? What are you looking exactly at?
That's a fair question, and frankly, if they did 30 projects and the last 2 projects didn't go well, then their score would go down because we would rate it based on our most recent experience. Because our most recent experience with them is what, to us, reflects their current ability.
I get that, but 30 projects, you didn't do well on 2, and then when you look at both sides, the district side as well as the construction side, or the whatever side of both people I'm just trying to understand, what are we evaluating them on? Because when I spoke with you about the project, you said it was basically pricing at first. That's what you said to us, pricing, correct?
Correct.
Now you're going in saying it was their evaluation. No, you said it was pricing. Am I correct? Of the bottom four?
Yes, I said pricing was the main component and reason for them being in the bottom four. That's correct. Steve.
Yes, now you're saying evaluation is the reason they're in the bottom four.
No,
So
I
I'm just
didn't.
trying to get clarification.
No, I didn't and never said that.
Then who, did I not hear that? Am I
If-
crazy?
If you did, it wasn't from me. The question that was asked of me was, did their rating go down or based on our experience with district if they did poor work? And the answer is yes, their rating went down, and the firm that I think Marath is referring to.
Well, he said he didn't have it in front of him, so he didn't know what firm.
But that rate, that piece of the rubric is worth only 5 points of 100 points. So the main reason that these four, like I said to you on the phone, the main reason that these bottom four are in the bottom four is because their pricing lost many of those 40 available points. The one with the lowest pricing would get 40 points, and then there's a formula for each contractor under that, and they lose points. So at some point, contractors are only scoring 20 points out of the possible 40. So when you lose 20 points out of a possible 40, that's much more significant than losing 2 or 3 points out of 5. That's why I told you that the
Ed, but
pricing.
you said pricing was the reason, the four.
Primary.
So I'm just trying to understand now, you want to knock, and not knowing all behind the evaluation, not knowing that they might have did 50 projects for the district and scored bad on one and then knocked them down to a 1. And so it's 2 African-American firms that got knocked down because of pricing, if I'm correct. And now you're saying you want to knock them all the way out without knowing all the details of the particulars behind how the evaluation, are we evaluating all our firms under that same evaluation?
Yes, ma'am.
And so, all of them. I won't be supporting that motion because there are only 4 minority firms, 2 Hispanics and 2 African Americans on there, and not knowing, and you said pricing is the problem, was the issue.
Primary issue, that's
Okay.
what I said.
Okay. Trustees, any other comments on Trustee Marath's amendment? Trustee Jones?
Following, and just so we're all clear, he's removing one of the 4 that Dr. Blackburn had added.
That's correct.
Does that firm need to be named? Because I didn't hear
I
it.
believe so. I was just about to
I
ask
don't
Trustee
think we
Marath.
should name that firm like that.
But it is public information as it states, and we need to know that.
Without knowing all the particulars and with the board not knowing everything around this, I don't think you should name that. And you're saying, you're basically, once again, like you did Rosemont, saying they're underperforming. For you not to know everything and the public not to know everything about the firms and why they scored what they scored, I think it's unfair to a firm.
I agree with
I
Trustee
think that's
Mello.
unfair.
Okay, well, point
So
taken. Point taken. I just want to make sure
You all want to
via
talk about image.
Jack, if you don't mind addressing this particular question. Trustee Marath has made a motion to remove a particular firm out of the 4 firms that Trustee Blackburn is attempting to add to the final backup document. The question has been raised, should that firm be named as we go to vote on that particular firm? Please give us your thoughts.
You can name the firm.
Okay, okay, so let me ask the question. Do you have to name the firm?
Can I reference it by the rank in this document instead?
I guess as long as the trustees know what they're voting on, and it's going to be it's going to end up being a public document anyway.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Trustee Jones, would it help you if we, just to make sure that we're, again, with the Open Meetings Act, just to make sure, if it's okay for Trustee Marath to point to the ranking, that will indicate to all trustees what particular firm we are all talking about.
Well, I don't know where the confidentiality, I mean, to me, if you're going to do transparency, just name it. I mean, this sort of beating around the bush here is kind of a crazy way to go about. There are 4 distinctive names on a list. You're asking us to vote on removing one. The one is this question mark, and I'd like to know the name, and I'd also like to have some certainty on what we're voting.
Okay.
I agree.
Um,
Trustee Morath?
Back to the motion, just to confirm, Ed, is this, are we talking about, just make sure I'm following the methodology logic right, are we talking about the firm that's got a 1.0 experience on past projects that's ranked 12th overall? Is that the one we're talking about? Just want to make sure that that's the methodology that I described.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so is that 3L construction?
That's
Is that what that's
I.
saying? It's 3I construction, 3I construction.
Okay, Trustee Jones, you still have the floor.
Thank you. So with respect to the motion that we're voting on the 4 minus, now we're talking about removing 1. If we adopt the 4 or 3, or how many, they're just being added to the list. It doesn't necessarily mean they've won any contracts or they're guaranteed anything. They still have to compete. They still have to go through the process. But the second tier of 4 was a group of 4. And in the ranking of the second group of 4, the one we're trying to remove right now is which one in that order?
12.
12, so it's not 14.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
One question.
Yes, sir, Dr. Blackburn.
So what distinguishes number 12 from number 13, number 14, and number 11? Number 13, as I go across, Ed, you talked about if we're going to do any type of evaluation of their previous work, then number 13 has 4.2 out of 10. Number 12 has 6 out of 10. Number 14 has 6 out of 10. Number 11 has 7 out of 10. If we are talking about the general contractor's past work as being somewhat of an evaluation type tool, and if we look at experience with the district, number 13 has 0. Number 14 has 0, number 11 has 0, and number 12 has 1. So I'm still trying to figure out how are we choosing number 12 when others have lower scores.
So it's my motion, I'll just explain the methodology.
Okay.
Again. The ones with 0 under experience on past Dallas ISD projects have never worked with us before, so we don't know how they perform specifically. We can evaluate them in general, but we don't have a specific work history with them. And since we don't have a specific work history, there's no reason to sort of look at that in detail. But since we do have a specific work history with this one, and it appears to be negative, that's the only reason I'm removing it. If it wasn't negative, I wouldn't care. And if it was a new one, we would give them the benefit of the doubt. But since it's not a new one, and this isn't an administrative recommendation, this is the board changing which vendors we're giving money to, which is, I think, odd in general. It just strikes me that we shouldn't, add something the administration didn't originally want if the district has a poor work experience with that particular vendor. But I'm not married to this. Let's vote
So
on
you're
it.
divorcing yourself from it?
No. So let's vote on it, and if it's the will of the body to add all 4, then we'll add all 4.
Okay, trustees, is there any other discussion on this amendment? Okay, hold on one second, just before we come back to Trustee Jones. Anybody for the first set of questions? Nope. Okay, Trustee Jones.
We delegate certain things, and we shouldn't meddle in those areas. And I would say that if there is a ranking of 4, and in this case, the only proposal on the floor of any consequence is adding 4 more, not cherry picking among any of the possible 14, I would say that's a more prudent way for this body to approach this type of practice. Now, I would add that, and this has come up before, and Ed, you've heard me say this repeatedly, we've got to have some sort of quality management and quality assurance in the work we do, and that should be part of a process, and there should be ways, as opposed to just simply saying something didn't work out, to make sure that we're doing quality improvement with those that we work with. So based on that, I would say, that anytime you reach in to try to distinguish 1 out of 4 and you were not part of the procurement team and you were not part of the selection process and you were not part of any of that, the board is overreaching, so I will not be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Trustees, any other comments? Okay, I'll make a quick comment. I won't be supporting this amendment. I'm of the opinion that it hasn't been explained to me well enough really why we set the particular criteria the way that we did. And if we really are serious about hitting our MWBE goals, we should give ourselves every opportunity to be able to do that. I'm not saying to the administration that you didn't do that when you set the 10 criteria, but knowing that there are 4 more that will continue to have to compete, and knowing that most of those are MWBE, we should continue to make that a priority. So I will not be voting in favor of this amendment.
Point of information.
Yes.
The amendment that's on the floor, just so we're clear, is Mr. Morat's cherry picking one
Correct.
out.
Okay, well, I wouldn't, I'm not going to describe it as that, but yes, it's taking one particular out.
I just want to be clear.
Yes. Okay. Trustees, please cast your votes.
Wait. Take it back.
Hold on, before you call it. Yeah, it's amendment number 2, Trustee Morat's amendment.
Okay, help me get back to it.
All right, now, I don't know if I voted. Will it let you vote, like, on the, I don't know
Yeah,
which
yeah,
one.
so what, this particular, where we're at right now, we're on Trustee Morat's amendment. So if you were in favor of Trustee Morat's amendment, you would click yes.
Okay, so it popped up. That was a screen
Yeah,
that
that
popped
one that
up.
popped up,
Okay, I
yeah.
thought you meant we had to go somewhere else.
I know this computer stuff is tough,
Jeez.
Nancy Bingham, but
I know, you're talking to somebody who can't Twitter and tweet and everything.
Jimmy, we got to get a computer down there in Seagoville.
I'm telling you. As long as the screen comes up that I need to vote on, I'm good. So. It's getting late.
Ms. Jones, do you want me to vote for you? Okay, you got it.
It kicked me out, so.
The motion fails. 2 voting yes, 7 voting no.
Okay, trustees, we are back to the amendment, the original amendment presented by Trustee Blackburn. And at this point, we have heard from everyone except for Trustee Cowan and Mitch K. and myself. Trustees, is there any other comments on this particular? Trustee Mitch K.
Yeah, I'm going to be supporting Dr. Blackburn's amendment. And I think that if we have 14 people competing, 14 firms competing, instead of just 10, I think that's a manageable number. And district can be well served by doing that.
Trustee Cowan, anything? Yeah, so this amendment, this amendment is to ensure that the 4 firms that were not on the original list presented by the administration are actually now part of that list in the backup documentation.
Correct.
That's where we're at right now. That should be what's on your screen right now. That is Dr. Blackburn's amendment. You bet. Okay. We've heard from everybody. Trustee Jones for a second round.
Actually, I don't think I did a first round on
Okay.
my motion.
Okay. Well, we're on the amendment at the moment. On Trustee Blackburn's
I've
amendment.
never had a
Yeah.
first round on
Okay.
that.
Trustee Jones.
Never, because it got to the second.
Mhm.
Anyway. So I will be supporting this. I do believe more diversity is better, certainly giving at least the opportunity. In this case, I don't know that that's an issue. So take 14 and go from there. Thank you.
Trustees, any other comments?
Yeah.
Trustee Bingham?
Yeah, we heard earlier about how we shouldn't be second-guessing the process, and yet here we are adding 4 in, so I will not be supporting this.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Bingham. Any other comments? Okay, Trustee Jones.
Just to be clear, this is not second-guessing a process. These were 14 firms that appeared on the original opportunity. It was limited down to 10. It's basically expanding the reach of how many would be eligible, as I understand it. The discretion still remained back with those that did the process, and we're not changing that at all. Thank
And
you.
Mr. Solis,
Okay.
I stand by my opinion.
Thank you, Trustee Bingham. Hold on. And Trustee Foreman?
Ed, I just want clarity. Did you say earlier that you could have accepted all 14 firms?
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Foreman. Any other questions? One of the things, just to add on to this for just a second, I will be supporting this amendment. I do agree with the idea of ensuring that our administration has the capacity to be able to follow a process. I'm in full agreement with that, Trustee Bingham. I just don't believe that this process in particular, as it's been explained to me, really makes sense. It's particularly the goals that we've been given. So I appreciate the comment. We disagree on this one,
That's
but
okay.
I'll be supporting this amendment.
We can agree to disagree.
Okay, trustees, please cast your votes.
The motion passes 8 voting yes and 1 voting no.
Okay, trustees, we are now back to the main motion as amended. And just to make sure we're all clear on this, that is to ensure that now we've got 4 firms added to the original list as amended by Dr. Blackburn. This is the main motion as amended. Please cast your votes.
The motion passes 9-0.
Okay, trustees, you have just adopted the motion, thereby approving to authorize, negotiate, and enter into contracts with job order contracting firms for minor construction, repair, rehabilitation, or alteration of facilities projects managed by Dallas ISD Construction Services, not to exceed $25 million. Authorized bond funds, general operating funds is assigned, maintenance tax notes is assigned, and funds assigned to and managed by Construction Services as authorized by the Board of Trustees. Trustees, we're going to move to, unless there's an objection, to item 9-9. Because we do have people here to present. Are there any objections to moving to 9-9? Okay. Item 9-9 is to authorize, negotiate, and enter into a contract with Cornerstone On Demand Incorporated for an electronic talent management system that will replace the 3R system, not to exceed $2,200,000 over 5 years, general operating. Consent item 8.824, pulled by Trustees Joyce Foreman and Bernadette Nuttall. Do I have a motion? It's moved by Trustee Bingham, and a second?
Second.
By Dr. Blackburn. Trustees, is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, trustees, please cast your votes. Click with your mouse. This thing. I'm just messing with you.
The thing with the tail.
Trustee Jones. Ms. Jones, would you like for me to vote for you?
Just say yes. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one up here struggling.
Okay.
Every time it opens.
Yeah,
The
we'll try
motion
this.
passes
Okay.
8 voting yes and 1 voting no.
Okay, trustees, you've just adopted the motion, thereby approving to authorize, negotiate, and enter into a contract with Cornerstone On Demand Incorporated for an electronic talent management system that will replace the 3R system, not to exceed $2,200,000 over 5 years from the general operating fund. Trustees, we are now back to item 9.3. To approve the granting of a 2,436 square foot easement to Encore Electric Company, LLC, and abandonment of an easement and right-of-way previously granted to Dallas Power and Light Company for Justin F. Kimball High School. No financial impact. Consent item 8.5, pulled by Trustees Joyce Foreman and Bernadette Nuttall. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Bingham, and a second? Okay, I will second. Trustees, is there any discussion?
Yes.
Okay, Trustee Foreman?
I'm actually trying to understand the way this is written. It was originally granted to Dallas Power and Light? Is that what it's saying?
Yes, this is an old easement serving an old transformer. The old transformer isn't working properly. We have to put in a new one. We need to leave the old one there while we put in the new one so that the school still has electricity. The new one there then is slightly over from where the existing one is, so we have to move the easement. DP&L doesn't exist anymore, now it's Encore, so that's why we're abandoning the DP&L and granting an easement to Encore.
So what happens with the old, can you hear me?
Yes.
Got it? So what happens with the old easement once you put the new transformer in?
Well, the old easement is abandoned, so it doesn't exist anymore. That's
will-
part of this. what
It will
you're-
not exist anymore.
Correct.
Okay. Trustees, any other discussion? Hearing none, trustees, please cast your votes.
Trustee Beeman. Oh, she's not here?
Yeah, she's, yeah.
Okay. The motion passes 8 voting yes and 1 present,
Okay,
not present to vote.
you've just adopted the motion, thereby approving the granting of a 2,436 square foot easement to Encore Electric Company LLC, and abandonment of an easement and right-of-way previously granted to Dallas Power and Light Company for Justin F. Kimball High School. No financial impact. Our next item is 9.4, to authorize extending the contract term and increasing the dollar amount previously approved for hazardous material and related professional consulting services of projects managed by Dallas ISD Construction Services, not to exceed $3,500,000. Authorized bond funds, general operating funds as assigned, maintenance tax notes as assigned, and funds assigned to and managed by construction services as authorized by the Board of Trustees. Consent item 8.6, pulled by Trustee Joyce Foreman and Bernadette Nuttall. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Bingham, and a second by Trustee Jones. Trustees, is there any discussion?
Yes.
Trustee Foreman.
Ed, I'm assuming that this hazardous material is like asbestos abatement or something of that nature, correct?
Yes, ma'am. These are the consultants, not the contractors for that.
I got you. So when did we enter into the current contract?
It was part of the 2008 bond program. That's when we first did this procurement.
So somewhere around 2008, and what was the length of that contract? And the dollar amount?
Contract term was for 5 years, contracts expiring in 2014 and 2015. Then in April of 2014, we extended all their contracts and had them all end at the same date of December of 15. And the dollar value, we've asked for money.
The previous dollar value of the original contract?
Well, there were three, I believe, 3 different board docs asking for authorization to spend money on it, and the total, including this one, is about 13.9 million would be the total, including this document.
Okay, what was the reasoning for not going back out for bid? If you have a contract that dates back to 2008, we all know circumstances change.
Sure.
So what is the reasoning for wanting to add an additional 3.5 million as opposed to going back out for contract? And if I understood you correctly, this should expire this year. So that's another 3.5 million that will just be for this year. Do I understand that correctly?
No, I think we're asking for an extension of time as well on this.
That's not what I see.
Yeah, this one extends it through 2017.
So it extends it to 2017?
Right, and the reason, I think you're asking me why didn't we re-procure it? Well, on professional services contracts, the procurements are based on qualifications. We don't believe that there's any more than these 13 around that are interested in doing district work. Nobody's contacted us in the 5 years, as opposed to other procurements where we get contacted. And because the dollar value, 3.5 split amongst 13 firms is not a tremendous amount of money, we didn't think we would attract any more applicants. We do intend to go out for an RFQ when we have a new capital plan approved.
When you have a what?
When we have a new capital plan approved.
What does that mean?
The work that the Future Facilities Task Force is doing now, if that results in a program,
I was just getting you to qualify, because that's if,
Yeah.
not when.
Sorry.
Okay, so there are 13 firms involved, correct?
Correct,
And there's an extension to 2017,
correct,
so that would be 2 years
correct.
at 3.5 million.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ed, when we use consultants of this sort, and what is actually the nature of the work that they do?
These guys do monitoring of the contractor abatement practices. They're doing a design of how the abatement needs to take place, where it's going to take place. They do scheduling of when it's going to take place. They do sampling. That's the kind of stuff.
So they're more around the compliance and making sure that the process follows the
state law, federal law, all those
and
things,
the-
yes.
Right, so they're a critical part of the process.
Sure.
It's not just somebody who's throwing out some good ideas about how to do a better job of.
They're professional services that are a necessary component.
And that's part of the whole part of the liability that we are, if you will, trying to mitigate in the process.
Absolutely.
Okay. And that's important because I think sometimes people don't understand the relationship on how that helps to minimize our liability and our risk exposure. Thank you.
Trustees, Trustee Cowan? Nope. Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, trustees, please cast your votes.
Trustee Foreman? And Trustee Mr. Kay?
Vote passes, 9 voting yes.
Okay, yes, the motion passes 9-0.
Okay, trustees, you have just approved the motion thereby approving to authorize extending the contract term and increasing the dollar amount previously approved for hazardous material and related professional consulting services of projects managed by DOS ISD Construction Services, not to exceed $3,500,000 authorized bond funds, general operating funds as assigned, maintenance tax notes as assigned, and funds assigned to and managed by construction services as authorized by the Board of Trustees. Our next item is 9.5, to approve the sale of an approximately 41,693 square foot tract of land located at the William H. Cotton Service Center, 3701 South Lamar Street, Dallas, Texas, to the state of Texas on behalf of the Texas Department of Transportation. It's $248,000 revenue. Consent item 8.8, pulled by Trustee Joyce Foreman and Bernadette Nuttall. Do I have a motion? Okay, moved by Trustee Bingham, and a second? Second by Dr. Blackburn. Okay, Trustee Nuttall and then Trustee Foreman.
Yes, ma'am. Correct. This is,
We need your mic.
The land that was discussed about a year ago with the 175 move.
yes, ma'am, this is to
No,
assist in,
45.
this is to assist in the realignment of the 175 and the 45, that project that TxDOT is doing. This would provide some ramp onto 45.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, I just want to clarify.
Okay, Trustee Foreman, and then Trustee Blackburn.
Unfortunately, I wasn't in those discussions, so I'm not aware of that. And one of the problems that you have when the board didn't get an opportunity to go through this at a board briefing, some of us who are not familiar, and I for one feel very uncomfortable because I don't have the knowledge that maybe some of the other board members have in regards to this. And particularly, I would like to see this laid on the table and be discussed at the next board briefing.
Make a motion?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be a motion to postpone, and you'd like to do it at the next board briefing? Okay, there's a motion to postpone until the next board briefing. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Nuttall. Trustee Foreman, floor is yours. Would you like to explain any more?
The only concerns I have is that this is a large tract of land that I have no knowledge of, and this hasn't been discussed. I think Trustee Nuttall said a year ago, things change, and while I realize you have to discuss real estate in closed session, I'm quite familiar with that, and I don't think this is the opportune time to be able to get a clarity on exactly what we're doing.
Okay, trustees, is there any discussion on the motion to postpone until the next board briefing? Trustee Jones?
Is there a time constraint on this issue by any means? So is postponing going to do anything of any consequence?
TxDOT says they intend to start construction June of 2015. I think we're one of the last remaining landholders that hasn't sold. Right? And the state does have the right to take us through eminent domain on this.
That
So-
takes longer than the next board meeting to do
Sure.
that.
I don't think there's harm in it.
So if I understand you, Trustee Foreman.
Hold on one second, Trustee Nuttall. Trustee Jones, you still have the floor.
Yeah, just so you're saying, just so I'm clear, that the extra month isn't, it's not going to be any great consequence, or will it?
I'm not TxDOT. It's not going to be extra consequence for us. Will it delay their ability to do the construction? They might say it would, but I don't think it'll kill them. No.
When did we start, or when did the process of the negotiation for all of this? And I mean, I assume at some point you guys had to agree on a price, and there was a whole set of actions that took place. When did this sort of begin, or how long have you guys have been at this with TxDOT?
Well, I'm not sure when we started, but I can tell you we came to an agreement sometime around January. We had an appraisal, TxDOT had an appraisal, and their appraisal was significantly lower than ours. They offered us our appraisal value plus the cost of our appraisal.
So that, I mean, essentially, that's been validated, so we're not worried about price or any other
Correct.
considerations in this case. Trustee Foreman, I just want to ask, it's an intergovernmental, and if it were a vendor, I'd be a little more concerned. Well, I'd be a lot more concerned. I'd be tremendously concerned. But when we talk intergovernmental, is there a specific issue that you'd like more time?
I need to understand the overall process that they went through. I also need to understand the community and the community ask. There's been some up and down about this project, and I'd like to have a clear understanding before I make a vote. I like to make intelligent votes, and without the information, I cannot do that.
I certainly, definitely can appreciate your concerns, and as you heard at the beginning of, when we got to our business agenda tonight, I was extraordinarily concerned that no amount of time, 0 time, was spent by this board at the briefing in the way the agenda had been managed. So where we are right now is in this situation of having to confront these things in real time. I'm knowing intergovernmental as I do, maybe Ed, you can help address this question. Was this part of any kind of public process to deal with the community aspect in terms of us moving forward with the sale of this?
Yes, ma'am. The state, TxDOT, had a number of community meetings. I'm acting in the role of Wanda right now, so I wasn't at any of those meetings, but there were community meetings.
And so were there any specific objections raised or any specific issues by the community? Have any other parties to this transaction had concerns?
I don't believe there were any objections to this part of it. I think there was a lot of discussion about the 175 part of it, but I'm not aware of any on this particular piece of it.
On this piece, the one that we are in control of and are selling, and you're giving us that assurance right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Trustee Nuttall.
Let me,
Okay, Dr. Blackburn.
if we take another month, can we convince them to buy the whole property?
That would be a dream.
Okay.
But no, they're only going to take what they need.
I'm just thinking.
It's a good thought.
Great thought.
I commend you
think
on
they'll
it.
get a good price.
And I guess to kind of fill in, about a year ago, Alva Baker came to, because it's in District 9, and we met and we looked at it. It's just a piece of land on the side of William Cotton. right there that they're trying to purchase.
Southeast
So
corner.
she has the maps, and she laid the maps out for us, and I went to a couple of the community meetings. It's a big deal about 175, but it's a piece of land right there off of 45. You turn right into the Cotton Building that they're trying to purchase from us.
Any other questions? Okay, I'd like to ask one. So, just to get a better understanding, TxDOT wants to buy it to build an on-ramp,
Correct,
and that...
for 45.
For 45. Okay, and does this have any connection to the conversation around TxDOT and the 10-year, or the renewal of 345? Does this have any connection to the funds there? No?
I don't think so.
Okay, no connection at all. Okay. Trustee Jones?
Yeah, I'm very torn about the waiting part simply because intergovernmental is such a delicate balance to start out with, and we all have a need to rely on each other in terms of doing anything, because we're all acting in the public's interest. I mean, both sides. There's not a private party here. This is all public to public. And we need to be good partners. And when we need them for something, it's equally a moment of truth that if you've not been willing on the one side, they obviously have an opportunity on their side to bring that back around. So I just say it's at this moment, unless I can hear some, incredibly critical issue, or we know that the community was, I would never want to support anything that the community was not properly informed or otherwise engaged, but you said the burden was not on us, it was on TxDOT in that instance, so.
Sure.
Yeah. And so it's just in this case, it's us dealing with a small parcel to deal with the right-of-way.
Correct. It
And-
has minimal effect on the Cotton Building property. It's an area in the far southeast corner.
But we also control land that affects communities, and I also want to make sure we're good partners to the community, so that's not unimportant as we dispose of parcels. And in this case, they could take it anyway, but they're willing to give us some money, and I think that money is, if we can put it back into the classroom, is always a good priority, so thank you.
Any other questions? Just so I can hear it one more time, waiting 1 month to allow Trustee Foreman the opportunity in closed session to ask questions and get information about this will have no impact on our side of this.
Right, I don't want to speak for TxDOT.
Yeah, but from our
It
side
doesn't
of
affect
it.
us.
Okay. So if there's no discussion, trustees, we are working on the motion to postpone indefinitely by Trustee Foreman. Postpone until next board briefing. I wrote it down the wrong way. Trustee Foreman, you'll have my support on this. If there's no other discussion, trustees, please cast your votes. Nope, this is on the motion to postpone until next board briefing. It's an amendment.
The motion passes 7 voting yes and 2 voting no.
Okay. This has been postponed until the next board briefing. Trustees, we're now on to item 9.6, to approve the submission of a low attendance waiver to the Texas Education Agency, TEA, with no financial impact. Consent item 8.20, pulled by Trustees Bernadette Nuttall and Joyce Foreman. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Bingham, and a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Blackburn. Is there any discussion? Trustee Nuttall.
There's no impact. Yeah, there is no impact. When it falls below 10%, I think that we're granted a reprieve.
Trustees, any other discussion? Hearing none, trustees, please cast your votes.
Trustee Mitchell. The motion passes 9-0.
You just adopted the motion, thereby approving the submission of a low attendance waiver to the Texas Education Agency, TEA, with no financial impact. Our next item is 9.7, to approve publishers selected to provide K through 12 social studies, 9 through 12 mathematics, K through 12 fine arts, and select career and technology education materials. Instruction and materials allotment, general special revenue funds up to $22 million over 8 years. Consent item 822, pulled by administration. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Bingham, and a second? By Trustee Nuttall. Trustees, is there any discussion? Okay, well, Trustee Foreman, then Trustee Bingham.
Hi, Vincent, how are you? I'm good. My question is, often I hear from parents and students and teachers that there are no textbooks. So my question is, this is a 5-year contract,
Up to 8 years.
it's 8 years, 22 million. How much of that are actual textbooks? Do you know?
Well, the adoption is for textbooks. Part of the policy and or actually the regulation that's in place is that publishers will provide a hard copy textbook in addition to aligned online resources. So that's the goal, is that kids are getting hard copy textbooks.
So this is for hard copy textbooks?
That's correct.
Because I hear from, and I know you hear it too,
Right.
because and the rest of these trustees have to hear the same thing. No textbooks. And so all I'm saying is that I support the money for textbooks, but if it's only online,
No.
I don't want to support that.
No, ma'am.
Okay, trustees, Trustee Bingham.
I noticed it says administration pulled it. Was there any particular thing?
Yes, ma'am, because during the board briefing, the items are uploaded into the system for you guys to review and is made public because it was never uploaded or discussed, it had to be pulled.
Okay.
Yeah. And one point of clarification, Trustee Foreman, if I may, it's actually a benefit for our students, but at elementary, a lot of our textbooks are now books that our kids can write in. And so those are replaced every year. So it's really a good deal for our kids because they can annotate and write and take notes and stuff.
I'm good with that.
Any other discussion? Trustee Jones?
Well, we didn't discuss anything on the consent agenda, or even on the board agenda, so technically everything should have been pulled, but we've already had that discussion. With respect to this item, when we deal with publishers where you have copies that can be in various forms. I mean, when you buy a book, you're buying essentially the license or whatever, the relationship to the right of use.
Mm-hmm.
And so online material is just an extension of that. It's just a different form of how we would pay or otherwise access or have the rights to the material.
That's correct. So the key piece to what we ask publishers to provide is, of course, a hard copy textbook and an online component that is aligned to the information in the textbook. That is not just a link to some random website. That it is actually corresponds to the information that the kids are learning in the textbook, and that there are resources that students and teachers can use. So there's professional development opportunities within that online component for teachers, and then just a ton of activities and videos and other resources that our kids can now access online as well.
Do we have standards for that? Because, in higher education right now, a book that's published is static, right? I mean, a year later, the material could be not as useful, the TEKS could have changed, something would make it less relevant. But when it's online or it's in an electronic or digital format, it can be updated.
That's correct.
And there's a distinction on that. And in the higher education world, there's also the interactive part that's coming into play, where you get the benefit of having not just the static book, but all the other things like the real-time tutoring or other things that come with programs and apps and applications and all different things. Is that built into the way we now negotiators, or it's still in these silos where you buy a physical book and then you've got to buy the add-ons, or you've got to buy...
No, that's part of the negotiation process and the information that we ask publishers to provide when they submit materials to participate in the Dallas ISD textbook adoption process is that whatever they show us, whatever they show teachers, whatever teachers are voting for, that will be included for the life of the adoption. So for example, we ask publishers to provide a hard copy textbook for students. Along with that, we ask them to provide online resources and materials, and we ask them to provide professional development for our teachers on the new textbook adoption.
So with respect to the technology component,
Mhm.
if all those things are available, that's great, but you got to be able to get access to them, and the kids have to have the resource, the tool, the vehicle, you know, the tablet or whatever it is, to get to that material. And it's also got to rest somewhere. It's either out in the cloud or it's
It's in, the majority of it is in the cloud. They do have some digital downloads of their textbooks, but the majority of the information is real-time online. What I mean by real-time, it's a website that can be updated. And so they have that material available. Students and parents have that material available online, and it's accessible on laptops, desktops, phones, tablets, etc.
and we make sure that that's the way it's
That's correct.
purchased and integrated, and we check to see that it's used in that form. Because I know oftentimes those things are all there, but people don't ever use them because they don't know they're there or they
Right.
haven't been able to access them, one of the two. So I just want to make sure that that's part of it. And we are moving to a digital age where paper goes away and we have other means to, the tools of education have changed. So
Yes,
just
ma'am.
want to make sure we're thinking in those lines and adopting resources that align with that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Trustees, please cast your vote. I'm sorry. Trustee Moran.
Sorry. I know that our policy dictates a somewhat democratic process for this, and sometimes that results in materials being selected that the experts that work for you in teaching and learning don't necessarily like. At least I know that has in the past. You're looking at me strange.
Yeah.
Am I incorrect in making that statement?
Maybe not in the recent past.
Okay, so, and the reason for this question was you guys are completely comfortable with all of these, given your teaching and learning expertise, independent of the fact that we follow the policy?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Trustees, please cast your vote.
Just, okay. The motion passes 8 voting yes and 1 not present to vote.
Thank you, trustees. From now, item 9.8, consider and take possible action to authorize staff to negotiate and enter into an agreement for external legal services for the listed vendors for 2 years with up to 2 one-year renewal options. No additional funding is required. This item was pulled by trustees Nuttall and trustee Foreman. Do we have a motion? We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Who made the motion?
Trustee Bingham. I'll second. Okay, trustee Nuttall second. Any questions? Trustee Nuttall? We need your mic on.
I'm going to need to get purchasing's help on that.
Okay. And then out of the, I see 16 firms applied, but you only picked 10.
Yes,
Is there a
ma'am.
reason why we just picked 10 and not all 16?
It was similar to what Ed was talking about earlier, and if y'all want to put the other 6 on there, the only one that you may not want to would be Weber and Weber, because under your policies, they can't work for both the board and for the administration.
So this is for administration.
Yes, ma'am.
So how many are minorities?
2,
2.
yes.
Out of the 16, 2?
Out of the ones that were selected on the second page.
So
Out of the 16, there were 6 MWBE firms that
Out of-
submitted.
Wait, out of the 16, there were 6.
We received 16. 15 of those proposals were compliant, and 6 MWBE firms submitted as a part of those 16. 5 MWBE firms were compliant out of the 15.
5 MWB.
Correct.
And
Then on your-
MWB and minority women, what, can you break it down?
Let me take a look here. However, they're recommending 2 MWBE firms out of 10 total firms. Do you want all 5 or
Just,
6?
are they Hispanic, what?
Okay, the ones that are being recommended are Hispanic male, and it's a joint venture, white female and African female.
White, female, and
The joint
African-American.
venture, I believe it's Pal and Leon and Hicks Law Group. There's a joint venture.
That's being recommended?
Yes, joint venture.
Which one now?
It is Powell and Leon LLP and Hicks Law Group, PLLC.
And that's the white and,
It is.
African-American. And then the
Yes,
Hispanic
white
male
female
is,
and African-American female.
and the Hispanic male is
And the Hispanic male is the Thompson and Horton.
Thompson. And so out of the other 5, they were all minority women business? The 5 that's not being recommended.
1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, there was 4. One is Hispanic male, black male, another black male firm, a black female firm, and a white female firm.
And when I look at our professional service per policy, we've only reached that about 18%.
In the professional services.
Yes, and our policy states 30.
That's for subcontractors.
Huh?
These are basically general contractors.
Yeah, but professional service is 18%.
Yep.
And our policy states 30%. So out of the 5 that you're not recommending is Hispanic male, 2 black male, and 1 female?
I just took the top 10 as they were rated, and like I said, if you all want to add the rest of them on, I don't have a problem with that.
Is there a reason why, you just took the top 10 just by rating, is there a reason why the other 5, pricing?
No, you can't talk about price on RFQs.
Okay. Because I'm looking, a lot of them, they got 0 points for not doing business with the district. Because a lot of these have never done business with the district.
For this, keep in mind, you should have this page as
Yeah,
a
I'm
part
looking-
of your
that's the page I'm
materials.
looking.
Here you go.
I'm looking.
Behind it, and you'll see, let's see, that they don't have the past relationship with the district is number 5 listed on there.
But they still have to bid for the projects, right? When we determine who
You
we
just
use.
call them.
No, this is professional services.
Yeah, you don't bid on professional services.
This is based on qualifications only.
So
no
you
pricing.
You just picked 10. You didn't have a reason why you didn't pick all 16.
No.
You just picked 10.
Yes, ma'am.
So I would like to make a motion that we add the other 5. You said the other 5 qualify? Kimmy, the other 5?
They actually scored 15, so those 15, there would be a total of 15.
They
that
said
met-
they qualified.
Yes, that were available to be evaluated. The ones that was non-compliant wasn't even evaluated.
Okay, so they went through everything and qualified.
Correct.
I would like to make a motion to add the other 5 to this so we can
Does that exclude
stay in the
Weber?
spirit of our MWBE
check.
policy.
Does it,
Okay, hold on one second. So there's been a motion to add the five
That's
firms.
that's excluding Weber, correct?
Right. That
Okay.
one, you said it was one, that was
Right.
one.
Yes,
Weber-
ma'am.
I believe Weber wasn't,
I didn't see Weber on there.
it says Webb and Webb. Weber wasn't evaluated.
Okay, well then it's not a problem.
It's not a problem, Jay?
No, ma'am. It's
Okay, to add the 5
Minority firms.
yes, ma'am.
okay, to the backup documentation to this particular. And it's been seconded by Trustee Morath. Okay, just trustees, is there any discussion? Yes, Superintendent Miles.
Yes, that's twice tonight. I haven't said anything, but we have a process. If we are going to, in the future, always approve everybody who wants to apply, then we probably could save some time and energy and money by just saying, okay, everybody who applies is approved. there's a process. We have experts who have to work with the legal firms and the other companies, and they are going through their due diligence, and they are ranking folks and saying, these are the people. So I would ask the board to really think hard about starting a practice where every single time there's a minority company or any company that's not selected, that we stand in place of the administration's process and put them on the list. I would just ask the board to consider that.
Okay. Trustees, is there any discussion?
Yes.
Trustee Nuttall?
Superintendent Miles, I would recommend that administration comes up with a system and a standard of how we select. So if you have 20 firms on the list, what is your determination, your cutoff score? Attorney Jack Elrod, you're okay with the other 5 going on there because you just picked the top 10, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You could have picked the top 16, correct?
Could have.
Okay, so until we come up with some standards or a policy that state that we're going to do this is the process in which we're going to follow, and the board is aware of that policy, I think we set policy, I think it would be great. But because we're just saying, oh, I'm going to pick this, and that, because I like them, I think you kind of leave yourself open for, and then.
Okay. Trustee Foreman? Trustee Jones?
Superintendent Miles, I would be adverse to choosing individual firms. I'm not adverse to opportunities for all. And ultimately, the reason it comes before this board is we have the final decision. We have to make sure that the people of our community feel like this school district values them. And while I understand a process of procurement, I also understand when you do RFQs, there's no specific number unless you just limit yourself. And I will always advocate for all. And specifically, since I was a small business owner for 30 years, I will specifically advocate that this body make sure that the opportunities for all in this city and around this metroplex to do business with us is available for them.
Thank you, Trustee Foreman. Trustee Jones?
Thank you, Mr. President. Societally right now, women still earn 76 cents to the dollar of every male. Women-owned firms and women-owned firms that are run by minority women are very few and far between in our society, especially when you get into the professional services areas or you get into construction or other related engineering type or any highly professionally oriented firms. So obviously it is a goal of this board. We have been very clear about minority participation being part of a value and a policy that we stand behind. So it is not being out of the ordinary, as we did earlier tonight, to say, well, when there were no firms of African American women, that it would be helpful for us to be able to increase the pool and give at least them the chance. It's not guaranteeing anybody any business, it's just strictly putting them in the pool so they have the opportunity to compete. And that's different from awarding or specifically saying I'm going to prioritize and award a contract. In this case, we're just giving people the opportunity to compete. When we do have limitations in terms of saying we're going to cut off at 5 or 10, clearly there's going to be groups that may or may not even make it to the hierarchy because either they've never had the opportunity or they're too small or prospectively not experienced enough to compete with the big guys, so to speak. And we do want to make sure that the smaller firms can lead, not just be subcontractors, because that is the way that they then can build experience and grow. I know our governor has put a stake in the ground for small business, particularly women-owned small business, and I think that that's healthy. Entrepreneurship drives this state, And professional services is one of the largest growing areas of our economy. So I think based upon that, I don't know that this board is meddling in anything except trying to make sure it is able to enforce a policy that it stands behind and an entire department of resources that we devote to do minority outreach for our business community. So with that, I will stand behind widening the net as opposed to restricting it. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Morath.
I just wanted to clarify, did you say Weber and Weber or Webb and Webb?
I think they're listed as Webb and Webb, but it should be Weber and Weber.
Okay, and so that's the one that we are already engaged in as the board?
Yes.
Okay.
They're
So
board
I'm
counsel.
not sure that the motion to amend was particularly clear. There are 15 firms on this list. The motion was to add 5. That's one of the 5 that was added. I think we should clarify so that we're not modifying this in violation of our policy.
I thought Jack said it wasn't even a
Well,
question.
that's the reason why I was asking this clarifying, because I
Well, if you're going to add firms,
Hold on. So,
the names.
I would
do
have to
understand this
clarify.
correctly?
I have them listed as Webb and Webb. I am not absolutely sure that if it's Webb and Webb or Weber and Weber, that is the actual attorney for the board. If this is an error on this spreadsheet and it is Weber and Weber, then according to Jack, they can't serve for the district
Well, they
if they're
can if we
serving
waive our
for you.
policy, but we
It was
would.
my understanding that it was Weber and Weber. If I'm wrong in that, I apologize. We can check.
This may be incorrect. We don't know.
For our parliamentarian, is there a way we can do this sort of conditionally? If this happens to be Weber and Weber, we don't want them on the list. If it's a different firm called Webb and Webb, then they're fine to be on the list. Can the motion read that way?
Qualifying a question from Kimmy. You said what, was that the one that wasn't evaluated?
I'm not sure if that's the one that wasn't evaluated.
they've
They
got
would
a
be
score.
non-compliant. So in other words, there was probably another reason as to why they weren't evaluated.
They wouldn't be on this, right?
To
Correct,
answer your
if they
question.
were not evaluated.
Yeah, so the one that was not evaluated is not on this list at all.
Okay.
Correct.
So to answer your question, I think that we could word it so that we would add the additional names that are not in conflict with our current policy.
Perfect. Would you be amenable to that change to your motion? Okay.
Serves the
Okay.
same purpose.
Trustees, any other discussion? Trustee Jones?
We actually read the 4 firms that you have, or the 5 firms you're adding, because we have in front of us the information sheet. We have in front of us the information sheet, and then there's the scoring sheet, but there's,
All of those on the scoring sheet, excuse me, on the evaluation sheet, looks like this. Yours is probably in color, though. All of those would be added. Every firm listed up there, according to what Faye said, in case of a conflict in policy.
because Webb and Webb is, and that caught my eye as well, was one of the questions I believe I sent earlier today, or I guess yesterday, whenever, because they are currently our board, one of our board council. We voted them December 18th. And then there are other firms on here we voted on December 18th to represent the district. I guess the distinction is this is strictly just for employment litigation, not for any other area.
That's correct.
Right, because the last time we took this vote for external services, we said these firms, and the list was specific to areas of expertise, and you had some firms that were repeated in those areas of expertise and some that only showed up maybe once.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was the list we voted in December. And when I looked at this list, there were some that were crossover. And Webb and Webb was, on December 18th, one of the 5 firms we voted to be board counsel. So unless it's another firm, which would be good to know, then.
We will find out. I didn't mean to
Okay.
interrupt. I
No,
apologize.
I just wanted to make sure that we're all looking at the same thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you're looking at multiple documents at once right now.
Yeah.
So the motion on the floor is to add the 5, and then anybody who was there was one that was non-compliant,
If there's a conflict with policy, that they will not be added, which is what Faye suggested.
that put that in the motion.
That's why I wasn't saying an actual number. So to add additional firms that are not in conflict with our current policy. because we don't know if that one is part of that list. Right now it is, so the number would be 4 as opposed to 5.
I don't like
That's-
numbers, I like names, because there's the certainty of there's a certainty of a list in front of us saying, these firms by these names, and then similarly, if you're gonna add firms, you should add them by name. I mean, a number doesn't help us.
Right, I wasn't recommending a number at all.
Okay. Any other discussion?
So did we name the names?
Can we take the time to please name the names of the firms?
All of them?
Yes, please.
Brackett and
Additional
Ellis, PC, Thornton, Backlund, Sagrato, Reynolds, and Guerrera, LC, Powell and Leon, LLP, Hicks Law Group, PLLC, joint venture, Collier and Garza, LLP, Thompson and Horton, LLP, The Calendar Law Firm, PLLC, Fisher and Phillips, LLC, Lisa Cross, PC, Littler, Law Offices of Robert E. Luna, PC, Dykema Gossett, PLLC, Underwood Law Firm, PC, Carrington Coleman, Locke Lord, LLP, and I have listed Webb and Webb.
Okay.
Just as the point of information, I guess Webb and Webb is the only one that is the question mark at this point. Or could we put them on this list? Because this is just for employment litigation, it limits them.
They can't be both. They can't be board counsel and work for the administration. That's in board policy.
Okay. So I just want to make a point one more time. When I look at this particular process, this is not to shame or blame anyone. It just doesn't make sense to me when we ask a question, why did you come up with a particular number? And the response from the administration is, we picked that number. We picked 5, or we picked 10. And there is not a substantive reason as to why 4 others were left off outside of just the answer, we decided to pick this number. And then we respond by saying, we know that even if you were to add all of these and you did not have a criteria explained to us as to why you chose 10 over 15 outside of just general discretion, we have a policy that states we want to try to ensure that we have more MWBE representation. And if we were to amend this the way that it's being proposed right now, we're still not guaranteeing that those, even if we add those on, that those firms are going to be used. This idea of, who gets, does the board get to win in this, or does the administration get to win in this? In my opinion, based on this particular process, no one really wins. I think we need to drill down into how we establish a criteria for why we want to stop at 5 or 10 or 15, and then just let that be known. But if we have an opportunity as an administration to put at the forefront of our decisions increasing MWBE participation, I just believe we should be taking that opportunity. So I'll be supporting this motion, and I would ask the administration if there is a way to ensure that in this process we have a set criteria and a rationale as to why we choose to do 10 versus 15 or 5. I'd like to be presented with that moving forward, particularly when we know that we are trying to get MWBE participation, and we know that even if they do get this, they're still not confirmed to get 1 nickel from this district. Any other discussion? Trustees, please cast your votes on the motion as presented by Trustee Nuttall.
The motion,
It's not up. I said yes. It's not up. Oh, I voted.
the motion passes 9-0.
Okay, trustees, you've just adopted the motion, thereby approving to authorize staff to negotiate and enter into an agreement for external legal services for the listed vendors for 2 years with up to 2 one-year renewal options with no additional funding is required. We have voted on item 9.9, and so we are on to item 9.10 to approve the monthly financial reports and the monthly tax report for the period ending.
We didn't do the main motion as amended.
Oh, you're right, I'm sorry.
Yes, we didn't
That's
do the
right.
Right. That was only her primary amendment.
Right.
To add those.
So we are
names.
back to the main motion, thank you very much, as amended by trustee Nuttall. Trustees, please cast your votes. Thank you, Faye.
Trustee Foreman.
This is the main motion, which would include the primary amendment that we had to add the other firms.
Thank you.
Vote yes.
Okay.
Okay. The motion passes 9-0.
Okay, trustees, you have adopted the motion. We're now on to item 9.10 to approve the monthly financial reports and the monthly tax report for the period ending February 28, 2015. Consent item 8.25, pulled by trustees Joyce Foreman and Bernadette Nuttall. Do I have a motion? Moved by trustee Bingham, and a second?
Second.
By Dr. Blackburn. Trustees, is there any discussion? Yes. Okay, trustee Foreman.
Jim? I think I have the same question I ask every month, where we still show a negative $26 million. And I think every month you tell me it's not gonna continue to show up. So I'm just trying to find out, where are we? That's on page 1.
Yes, that's for the month then ended February 28th. Remember that the financial bills, because of the timing due dates for items to the board, this is showing February, so that's $26 million. If you look down to the other items, to the budget amendment, you'll see that the budget amendment that we're asking approval actually shows a loss to the of $43 million, I believe.
A loss of 43 million?
Correct, because you all had approved the bridge plan, and in the bridge plan, there was $43 million that was transferred from the general fund to the capital project funds for the cash portion of the bridge plan.
Then my question would be, so it's the 43 million for the bridge plan added to the 26
No,
million?
no.
Help me out.
If you allow me to go to the budget amendment, let me look it up for a second.
I'm at the budget amendment.
Yes, the current budget amendment, which is for the amendment April, we would be eating into the fund balance by $43 million.
Okay, and I don't want to, I'll just wait till we get to the budget amendment to
Okay.
address that. But my concern is, as I've stated before, is that every month we still show that we are $25 to $26 million over budget.
Well, actually, I believe in March, we brought in a budget amendment which lowered the loss down to $3 million. And then in April, we're coming back with the $43 million.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Trustees, please cast your votes.
And trustee Foreman?
No.
No. Richie K's coming back. Give me a second.
Trustee Mitchke votes yay.
Yes, okay. The motion passes, 7 voting yes and 1 voting no.
Okay, you've just adopted the motion, thereby approving the monthly financial reports and the monthly tax report for the period ending February 28, 2015. Next item is 911, to ratify the amount of bills, claims, and account for February 1st, 2015 to February 28, 2015. Consent item 826, pulled by Trustees Joyce Foreman and Bernadette Nuttall. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Bingham, and a second?
Second.
By Dr. Blackburn. Trustees, is there any discussion?
Yes.
Trustee Foreman.
Jim, on page 3, which is adjustments to accounts payable, list of detailed expenditures. What is the $57 million total?
Well, these are what are all of the bills and claims that we have done. And you can see that the adjusted amount, and that's what you're asking for, is, I do believe, would be for the accounts in the let me look just a second, but it is, the adjustments should not include campus activity funds and student activity funds. Also, we take out legal settlements and other student tuitions and professional services. So we take out certain objective codes, and also, as I say, and the majority of it's going to be in campus activity funds and student activity funds that we pull out.
So where would those numbers be reflected if not here?
Well, they are reflected in our books. I mean, we keep track of those. I mean, we certainly could provide those for you. Remember, student activity funds are belong to the students, and the campus activity funds, though they are collapsed into the general fund and belong essentially to the general fund, we don't collapse those into the general fund until the end of the year when we close the books.
I don't think I'm asking to collapse them. I think I'm asking to know what we have overall. And if it's not reflected here,
right.
then I
would
like
you a
to know
report.
where it is, where it's reflected.
It's reflected in our financial general ledger. It's reflected in our general ledger.
And we don't get the general ledger, so we don't see it.
Yeah, I can provide you the information if you like.
I like.
Okay.
Okay, trustees, any other discussion? Hearing no discussion, please cast your votes.
Trustee Foreman.
Trustee Cowan, okay.
Sure, why not?
You're voting.
You know what you voted for? Yes. He said sure.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yes? Yes. Okay. The motion passes 9-0.
Trustees, you just adopted the motion, thereby approving to ratify the amount of bills, claims, and account for February 1st, 2015 to February 28, 2015. We're now on to item 912, to approve the budget amendments for April 23rd, 2015, consent item 827, pulled by Trustees Joyce Foreman and Bernadette Nuttall. Do I have a motion? By Trustee Bingham, and a second?
Second.
By Dr. Blackburn. Any discussion?
Yes.
Okay, Trustee Foreman.
I notice on here that there is one FTE for Halsey, or are there more than one FTE?
Actually, for Halsey, there's 3 positions, 1 FTE office manager, 1 data controller, and 1 assistant principal.
I'll
Those
somebody else
those
with a
are
debit
pro,
control
those are
item.
prorated, meaning that, we've taken, we're only putting in there what is needed to cover their salaries for the rest of the fiscal year.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Trustee Jones?
On the expenditures, there's a new personalized learning high school request.
Correct.
One FTE office manager, prorated salary, FTE data, but that's the item that we're about to get to. So that's part of that budget.
Correct.
So why are we making an appropriation before we've actually approved the item?
Good evening, trustees. So the agenda item that's coming up is on the location itself. This school was approved via the bridge plan. It was explicitly spelled out in the bridge plan and was verbally discussed that evening. So the school itself programmatically was approved via the bridge plan, and it said location TBD on the bridge plan itself. So this agenda item is just specifically on the location itself, reopening Fannin as this particular school.
So insofar, just so we're clear, and that was the confusion, I think, is we did, with the bridge plan, appropriate an amount, and it wasn't just to the prospective building, it also included the programmatic and resource content. So the budget that we already approved encapsulated all of those pieces.
Not all of the pieces. So the bridge plan covered the facilities piece, the renovations that would be required to get the building ready, the program facility dollars.
We wanted to hear you again because we like the tone of your voice.
Yeah, he's into that, he's into that feedback thing, feedback loop. I think.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yes, so the bridge plan covered the facility program dollars, but of course there's other programmatic expenditures which will be part of the 15-16 budget as far as operating costs and utilities and all that, and that's something that we'll bake into the 15-16 budget.
So that's what was catching my attention. There's got to be one budget where everything is spelled out, and then where it's going to be paid for, or where it is expected to be paid from. We've allocated, or we've conditionally said there's, well, not conditionally, we've actually voted real money for the project. And that has to cover, we have to know what that is expected to cover, and then what pieces from the programmatic and additional resource side, are going to be looked to from the general operating or from other pots of money. So I just want to be very clear about that. That's where there's been a whole lot of confusion and talking about it, but there needs to be one good place where everybody can look and say, this school has this budget with these pieces, and these funds are coming from these sources, and that would be extraordinarily helpful. Thank you.
Trustees, any other questions? Okay, please cast your votes.
Trustee Cowan and Trustee Nuttall. Okay, you're not present. The motion passes 7 voting yes and 2 not present to vote.
Okay, trustees, you've just adopted the motion, thereby approving the budget amendments for April 23rd, 2015. Our next item is 913, to approve quarter 3 of 2014-2015 school year formal acceptance of gifts with cumulative value greater than $5,000 schools and departments January 1st, 2015 through March 26, 2015. Consent item 828, pulled by Trustees Joyce Foreman and Bernadette Nuttall. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Bingham, and a second by Trustee Jones. Trustees, is there discussion? Hearing no discussion, please cast your votes.
Just had one quick question.
Great, okay.
Really more like a point of information kind of thing.
Okay, well, please ask your question.
The dollar amounts that are given, that's actual cash, not in kind, not something valued.
So the red is actual dollars, and then the blue's value.
Right, so that's, how is value determined?
Well, value is how they give it to us. They say it's valued at a certain amount for a product or a service, and we look at it and determine, I mean, it's kind of determined
Do we,
in that way.
do we actually give them a tax receipt for that amount?
They get a letter that says, thank you for your donation of X dollars to the district.
So we take their value and we turn around and write a tax receipt to that value, but we don't ever challenge or otherwise qualify that value?
Well, we qualify it in the sense of if it looks like it's not, I mean, if it's hours donated, then we look at how much hours and multiply it. We do a formula. If it's a product, we look at the product and verify that it is a value of the product, such as buying plants or something of that nature. But as far as having a second person or a third person validate it, no, we do not have somebody come in.
So do we have a standard rule about hours are valued at so much per hour, like a flat rate?
I believe so. I'll have to confirm with Jane that we look at for a volunteer hour, yes. But I don't know that off the top of my head.
See, because what concerns me here is the in-kind portion is nearly $1 million and the cash contribution is $275. So it's very, when the total is a number like, 1.25 million, and the majority of it is in kind, and you're telling me there's not really a valuation process that's very transparent or even necessarily relative to the way in which the standards of valuation work, I get concerned.
Well, like the donorschoose.org, the books, that is an amount. So they buy it and we get the product, and donorschoose.org tells us the amount that they've bought.
But is that at market value? Is that at a discount value? I mean,
that's their value that they have on their website. So do you know how donorschoose.org works?
A little, yeah, I mean.
So it's on there. They've put their wish list like a baby shower type thing, and you choose it, and then they send it to the school, and we get a receipt that says Larry Smith has donated this science materials, and we get the value that he purchased it for the school. I will tell you, like when a piano is a high dollar donation is donated, we do look at it. We get the music teacher to look at it and to say, yes, this is valued at about this much. I mean, it's not a guess. It is. We do put some thought into it.
I would imagine we put thought into it, but you're actually. That's not the issue. The issue is quantifying a dollar value, which we're giving a tax receipt against, and that person's getting a tax credit of that amount, or a deduction, or however their tax situation works.
And if you look like Lakewood or not, or just things that are donated, yes, we may get the products or we get the services, but there are items, there are things that we can validate.
No, that part I don't worry about. When it's a hard cost and there's a tangible receipt, it's not a very difficult thing to get around, knowing what the number is. But when people say, I'm going to donate something of hours or something that adds up to a large value, or equipment or whatever, when it's a significant number, it's just the question about how you get an appraisal or some way to certify the value, because we're actually doing that when we get a tax receipt. So I just wanted to point out that, when a large percentage of your donations is in kind, then the next question is how do we, and this is probably a question to throw at Dr. Terry, then we now have on our books, if it's tangible merchandise, assets of a certain value. So that also is another issue for us, because those assets now belong to the district and our public property, because we've just received them. So these are not inconsequential things in this day and age, and the IRS is pretty strict on most of this stuff. So I'm just wanting to make sure, given the numbers we're looking at here, that it's more than just sort of a vague or, that it's something that has tangible, that it's a process that can be verifiable and follows,
I feel confident it can be. I mean, I like the playground equipment, even though it's an in-kind, it was purchased on our behalf and we got a receipt
Yeah,
with
that-
the plate. So
I'm not,
so I'm kind of unclear of what.
well, there are a lot of items where it's not a tangible asset in the sense of you get a receipt that is market valued. And it may be something where somebody says, this is what it's worth, and they give it to you. So it's, again, these are the things where you want to have a system or some way to value them according to market and other rules of donation. And then to the extent we're taking tangible assets of large value, then technically that should come onto our books in the dollar value that we've ascribed. And that's an asset on our books that we then have to manage for value. So these are not unimportant parts of the way in which this works. And I just, given the large value, I guess it just shocked me. The in-kind, it's great, but it's still something that has to be managed and something that has to be done appropriately because of what's involved with both the IRS and also with the way we manage property and the way we keep track of these types of things. Thank you.
Trustees, please cast your votes.
Trustee Jones. You've already voted. Do you want me to vote for you, Ms. Jones? Oh, okay. The motion passes 9-0.
Okay. Trustees, you've just adopted the motion, thereby approving Quarter 3 of 2014-15 school year formal acceptance of gifts with cumulative value greater than $5,000 schools and departments January 1st, 2015 to March 26, 2015. And our last item is 9-14, to approve the reopening of the James W. Fannin Elementary School site as Innovation Design Entrepreneurship Academy at James W. Fannin IDEA. Consent item 829, pulled by Trustees Joyce Foreman and Bernadette Nuttall. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Bingham and seconded by Trustee Jones. Trustees, is there any discussion? Okay, Trustee Jones.
I love personalized learning. And I'm excited about the various programs we have in the district. My concern on this item is twofold. Number one, the budget-related document that I got the other day where you said the estimated cost was $1.8 million. What is that? Because we voted other money. Is this new money that's going to be expected on top of the money we passed on the bridge plan?
So that spreadsheet that we sent you was the projected budget for the 15-16 school year, and that literally includes everything. It's all of the FTEs, it's copiers, it's the utility expenses for running the building. So that is the whole kit and caboodle for 15-16. The bridge plan was primarily designed for renovation to make the building conducive to the academic model.
And how much do you estimate for, because when you did the bridge plan, you didn't know what building. Now you have a building. So how does this particular building, in terms of cost, what are we looking at here for Fannin specifically?
So we've walked through the building several times. The facilities folks, the academic folks have walked through it. We know the dollar amount that's in the bridge plan, and we're trying to work within that amount. And if those numbers change, we'll be back at the board table. But we know the number that we're working with. You have to remember too that in this first year we're only talking about 100 ninth graders in a particular section of the building. So that we think if we concentrate and focus our efforts, we can make it work within the prescribed amount.
So the first year, ninth graders, we're starting with 100. Can you give me the total expected population if we fill out all 4 years?
Correct. We would grow a grade at a time each year, about 100 kids at each grade level. So at max capacity, you're looking at between 400 to 500 kids. So a relatively small high school.
Well, very small high school.
Yeah.
Actually close to a magnet type high school in its size. Have we done the comparability analysis?
So my understanding is that we're about a month away from having all the variables we need to run the comparability studies. So when we get those variables, when we get those numbers, we'll be sure to provide. But my understanding is we don't have that yet.
And which feeder patterns will this pull kids from? Or which high schools will this be pulling?
Potentially the entire district. One of the things that we want out of our transformation schools is that they're open enrollment across the entire district. So theoretically, it could pull kids from all across the district, which I think is a good thing, and transportation will be provided. That being said, we're providing a priority application radius for kids that live within a 3-mile radius. And so the 3-mile radius really goes up to White Rock Lake, past Mata, down into Fair Park, as west as Medrano. And so it's a pretty big area that would be impacted by it. But the idea is that you're pulling kids from all across the district, and so it wouldn't be pulling kids from one concentrated area. It would be spread out.
But to the extent that, if it's everybody and it's a great school, you're bound to get a lot of applications out of the gate. I mean, that's obviously part of the goal, is to get the demand, but if the 3-mile radius is the priority, then which feeder patterns will that, or which high schools are we specifically affecting?
If the school fills up just based on priority radius students, is that the question?
Yes.
Then essentially we would run a computer randomized lottery within the priority radius.
Right.
And so within the priority radius, there are 3 middle schools, Spence, Long, and Dade. But again, we're not automatically enrolling kids into this school. Every single kid that wants to go to this school will have opted in and will want to be there.
Right, but the risk is that it becomes a floodgate scenario where you get kids from all over and you have too many, and then you've got to start figuring out how to do some kind of either lottery or hierarchy or priority list or however that works, because this is open enrollment. That's part of the point here. This is not a magnet in the sense of restrictive. This is open
Correct.
enrollment, and obviously choice schools, and especially schools like this, personalized learning, they're very attractive. So if we're looking at Spence, Long, and Dade, that means the related high schools, if I'm not mistaken, would be Madison, Spence feeds to North Dallas, is that right? And Long feeds to Woodrow. So it's those 3.
Correct.
That would be impacted.
Correct.
Because those would be kids that would be prospectively opting to go to the choice school and not go to their neighborhood or comprehensive feeder. Correct.
And it's important to remember with the 3-mile radius that though it includes those buildings, it doesn't always include the entire attendance boundary.
Absolutely.
So at Dade, for instance, there's 291 8th graders. Only 117 of them actually are within the 3-mile radius. So it cuts through the actual attendance boundaries.
So then that's the question. So is it based on where somebody lives within the 3-mile radius versus where they're actually going to school?
Correct.
Okay. So that's that map that we saw. Okay. That map should be put up there, I think, so I think folks can see it. It's a pretty important
Absolutely.
picture. I also want to just commend the team. I know you guys have been working hard. I hope the goal isn't to lose our kids from this stability of a neighborhood and a comprehensive high school opportunity. Certainly, that's always the question. But I'm excited about the team and the work they've been doing, and particularly want to recognize Joanne Hughes, who's here with us, Dr. Hughes, who's here with us tonight, who I know has been very heavily involved, and congratulate her on her promotion too. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Jones. Trustee Bingham?
Yeah, I'd like to commend the administration on moving forward with reopening one of our closed schools. It was a difficult decision several years ago when we did have to make the decision to close school. It's much easier tonight, saying, yeah, let's open it. But thank you for all the work that you put into it.
Thank you. Okay. Trustees, any other comments? Okay. Trustee Mitchke?
Well, it'll be good to see that building open again with students in it. It's a great building, and it looks like we have a really good principal in there. So I'm very happy to support this. Thank you.
Trustees, any other discussion? Only thing I'll add. Come on, Jack, I just got to say something. Be very brief. I appreciate the administration moving forward with this. I think that particular location has meant quite a bit to the community. We've seen a lot of interest there, even past the school being closed with the ESL classes there as well. Glad to know that that has been incorporated, at least from the building standpoint, over the next until the transition for the school. So, thank you very much. Trustees, please cast your votes.
Okay, the motion passes. The motion passes 8-0.
Trustees, you just adopted the motion, thereby approving the reopening of James W. Fannin Elementary School site as Innovation Design Entrepreneurship Academy at James W. Fannin, IDEA. And that concludes our agenda for the evening. The time now is 10:39 p.m. and the meeting is adjourned.